Elle est prête. Peut-être que c'est maintenant qu'elle va venir. Elle est prête. Elle était au petit déjeuner. Tu parles en anglais. En français.
Chers collègues parlementaires,
Dear colleagues, dear MPs, dear members of both committees. So we have health, we have gender, distinguished guests. Dr. Mohamed Kiara, Senior Scientific Officer, ASRIC. We also count amongst us Professor Julio Rakotonirina, Director of Health, African Union Commission. We have here with us today Dr. Lupe Kashabalala, Director, Ministry, Science and Technology, South Africa. And next to me, I have the chair of the Gender Equality Committee. This morning, we have the pleasure of welcoming you to this workshop on strengthening the scientific base of traditional medicine through research and innovation in Africa. Dear colleagues, MPs, once again, welcome. I would like to commend you on your commitment towards the activities of both committees. I would like to commend the new members as well who have joined us for this third ordinary session. Since yesterday, I'm sure that you've noted that both committees have been working closely since they are dealing with cross-cutting issues. I would also like to welcome once again dear representatives of AU's bodies. I'd like to welcome the experts who were willing to come here and tell us about developing traditional medicine through scientific research and innovation. We're all quite concerned with our health. The COVID-19 pandemic that recently shook the world exposed most of our health systems throughout the world. Thanks to plants and pharmacopoeia, Africa managed to deal with this pandemic, overcome it, though some will say that we overcame thanks to the youth or the young age of our population. Traditional medicine in Africa and Asia is very often the first source, the first stop as far as healthcare, and the access to such healthcare is more or less free. It's based on knowledge, practices, beliefs, and also experience in various cultures. Though we know that most of our populations use traditional medicine, recent studies have shown that climate change is accelerating the destruction of our ecosystems. It is also modifying the qualities of our plants, and some of them have become harmful to our health. Dear colleagues, distinguished guests, allow me to tell you that the Health Committee started a reflection in March 2023 on the role of traditional medicine in health systems in Africa. We held a meeting, and during that meeting, the participants felt that it was necessary to explore the potential of medicinal plants by optimizing traditional pharmacopoeia. the participants agreed that promoting traditional medicine would contribute towards improving health coverage for our populations. However, that can only be sustainable through research, innovation, as well as adopting multidisciplinary approaches in order to combat animal-human resistance to antimicrobials. Hence, the topic of today's meeting, strengthening the scientific base of traditional medicine through research and innovation in Africa. We want to make sure that it's quality medicine, that there's efficacy, efficiency, and that it's innocuous. Through this meeting, or during this meeting, we'll find out more about the AU's position. We'll find out more about the status of research into traditional medicine in Africa. Today, we will also explore financing mechanisms that will facilitate research, innovation, and traditional medicine's development. Allow me now to wish us successful deliberations, and I thank you for your attention. I now have the honor and pleasure of inviting Dr. Mohamed Kiara, Senior Scientific Officer, ASRIC. He will be making a presentation on the achievements of the African Scientific Research and Innovation Council, or ASRIC. Dr. Kiara, you have the floor.
Hello. Good morning, Chair, members. Please put me down. My name is Dr. Kiara, Senior Scientist for the African Union Technical Research Commission, based in Abuja, and also African Scientific Research and Innovation Council. I'm going to make a brief presentation on some of the activities that the office has been doing on the ASRIC and the AIM. Wait. They're not hearing the voice? Okay, can you hear? This one was soft, this one. Okay. If I remove it from Zoom. Okay. You can just off it. 1 second.
Hearing the sound download. So maybe this microphone should be switched off.
Switch off this one and this one when we speak.
And speak. Oh, is this the gentleman that is speaking? Okay.
Is it okay now?
Speak.
Okay. Is it okay now? Okay. Let me share a presentation because there is a Zoom share. This one. Is it okay now?
It is.
I will give you a little bit background of the African Scientific Research Commission based in Abuja. It is the oldest office of the African Union. It was established before the OAU. It is called Commission for the Technical Cooperation, south of the Sahara. It was where the colonial masters used to do all their scientific research and the exploration of the Africa through this office. When OAU was formed, the head of states now applied to the colonial masters and says, we want to take over this office. Hence, it was established in the office was established in 1954, With the formation of the OAU, it becomes African Scientific Technical Research Commission. All the departments of the AU used to report to this office before. It is the technical arm of the AU. During the Maputo structure, then departments came up, and then AU, STRC, was diminished to become a department under the Human Resource Science and Technology. Thereafter, it became ESTI, Education, Science, Technology, and the Innovation Department. Now, some of the mandates, what it does is coordinate and promote research, development, and applications of appropriate and sustainable scientific, technological, and health technology options for the development of Africa's in the fields, in different fields. One of the AUSTRC priorities areas is medicinal research, including the utilizations of African medicinal plants and the herbal medicines, for which we are here for. In that area, it hung up. It's not going. Okay, in that area, the African medicinal plants and the herbal medicines, traditional medicines refers to the knowledge, skills, and the practices based on the theories, beliefs, and the experience. Saying I should go slowly. Okay. I hope you will increase my time. So, knowledge, skills, and practices based on the theories, beliefs, and the experience indigenous different cultures use in maintenance of health and in prevention, diagnosis, improvement, or treatment of physical and mental illness. Distinguished members of the Parliament, every culture, Africa has the highest number of tribes. In Nigeria alone, there are over 500 tribes, more of the entire continent. And each and every tribe, they have their unique way of treatment of diseases and ailment. Our strength is in our diversity. We have a lot of treatments traditionally that works, but the West never seems to recognize us. These are statistics from the WHO. Herbal treatment are the most popular forms of traditional medicines, and about 70 to 85% of the Africans have used a form of primary health care. That is a very large number. And approximately more than 1/3 of the population lack access to essential medicine. And the provisions of the safe and effective traditional and alternative remedies could become important way of increasing access to health. Most distinguished members of the Parliament, there are treatments, particularly they are proven, which is called, one of them is the acupuncture in Chinese. I was once treated in the UK using the acupuncture. Everybody believes that it works, but you never see it in the Western hospitals. But it makes the treatment, they agreed. Why? In Africa, if you don't make your things the way you want it and work for you, nobody will make it to work for you. It works. Why are we discarding it? The Chinese herb Artemisia annua, which is found to be effective against resistance in malaria, could create a breakthrough in the preventing almost 1 million deaths annually. The neem tree has hydroquinone, and that is also known for the treatment of malaria. We have it in abundance. Most of the medical that are prescribed in the allopathic medicines are made from the plant. Africa, it diverse to hundreds of thousands of medicinal plants, but yet we cannot exploit its potentials. It has a huge market of billions of dollars. In South Africa here, the plant called Sandalandia micropilla is being used for the studies in the HIV patients. The plant increases energy appetite, body mass in people living with HIV. These texts are from the WHO. But when we bring it up, on many occasions are not accepted. It doesn't mean that what is not accepted to somebody will not be accepted to you. If it works for you, do it your own way. The problem we have is sometimes we so much give emphasis to other people's work than our work. If we look at it, who accepts their own? They accepted it first, and it works for them. Why don't we accept our own and work for us? In that regard, our office, the AUSTRC, developed the first continental African pharmacopoeia in 1985, the first volume. And ever since, have not been reviewed. We came up and developed the second editions in 2014, where we present a monograph that has of a plant, have a family name, synonyms, common name, African names, because we have our own names in many of the languages of the Africa. Brief description of the plant, the part used, the drugs, tests, its efficacies, and all this. We came up with a booklet of the pharmacopoeia and published it. We added to the old one additional 200 plants with its galleries. And the book is published, and it is an official publication containing a list of medicinal drugs with their effects, directions for use, and others. In this meeting, distinguished members of the Parliament, I will appreciate the Muhimbili University of Health in Tanzania, for which I visited more than 5 times. They have a traditional medicine center where they put the herbs in capsules and they tell you how you can use it. And they were proven. Why don't we visit that university, visit that laboratory, visit that technology, and see how we can improve for the betterment of the continent? And it has enormous economic potentials and value for Africa. The second order project that we did is called African Union Network of Infectious Disease Surveillance, where we developed the African Union Science Technology Framework for the detection, identification, and monitoring of infectious diseases of the human, animals, and the plant. In that document, we, as an office, conceptualize African Center for Disease Control and Prevention. IACDC was conceptualized, came up in partnership with the Department of the Social Affairs, got a decisions of the head of states to establish the ACDC, which is now active and working. It's even bigger than all the offices that you can think of now. The second aspect is the African Scientific Research and Innovation Council. This is also came out as a decisions of the head of states and established as an office for which the AUSTRC is the secretariat for this office. It was launched in 2018. It promotes scientific research and innovation in order to address the challenges of the Africa's socio-economic development. It is to mobilize African research excellence in science, technology, innovation, to respond to the existing new challenges in the continent. Now, I can tell you the reason why it was created, because we conceptualized the asterisk. And what it does is that we don't have enough capacity. Everybody knows who knows African Union. In our last budget meeting, we complained about the understaffing and the challenges. This is an innovative way of bringing up an office. It came up, most of the people working for this office are the African Academy of the Sciences and the African Research Council. They are the members of the Congress, and they are very large in number. And the cream de la cream, the best of the scientists are there. It is a repository. And then we brought up with what is called African Academics Dialogue. What this African Academy is doing as a research, as a work, will be known by all the academies. And we now cluster them into the committees on health, on education, on the technology, on different aspects of the development. So we now have a vast number of people who are working for our project. Then an part of funding came up. The funding, there are not enough funding for inclusive innovation. Whether we like it or not, nobody will come and develop your own continent for you except you will be the one to develop it. Whether you like it or not, nobody builds a house for you. You are the one to build. Nobody will fund what you want for you except they will fund what they want. There is no free lunch. So there is no free gift. My father always used to tell me, nobody will give you something for free. I said, but Father, you are giving me. I said, no, it's not free. I gave you, I want you to be very strong so that I will be proud of you. I want you to be something so that if I need help, you can help me. It is not free. There is string attached to it. So that if your father cannot give you something for free, who will give you? Nobody. So if we want to develop Africa, we must fund it to the way we want it. Let me give you a classical example. I'm from Nigeria, and I will cite that example because I know it very well. We have cement factories, Lafarge, British Cement, other countries' cement factories, but they never established companies in Nigeria. They import, they take the gypsum and take it out, process and bring the cement for us. This is what is happening with most of our minerals. Until Dangote stood up to build the largest cement factory. And equally, the same for the petrol. No single foreign company will come and establish a refinery for you except you raise your money and build for yourself. Singapore doesn't have any refinery, any petrol, but they have 6 refineries. I'm not digressing, but I'm just telling you how we can build our own. Nobody will come and build it for you. Most of these traditional medicines, nobody will fund it for you. There must be an internal mechanism of raising funds to build for ourselves. So this was what was applied under the ASRIC, and now we have the strength of human resources, intellectuals of African origin that are working on our medicinal plan. One of the projects we did was the COVID-19 STI interventions. I will not talk much because it's not directly related to this one, but in some way it is related. We have developed a lot of strategy and a lot of publications came out from our work. We have the Afrocentric non-pharmaceutical interventions. We have the addressing the COVID-19 hand wash using Moringa Sun. Moringa is one of the commonest plants in Africa that has been used, and it has a lot of medicinal value, and we use it. It has a part of our hand washing mechanisms, and it came up through the research from the scientists. We have guidelines on research translation, how you get a result from the bench to the bedside, how the models and the mechanisms you can use in the laboratory down to the market. These are some of the publications. They are so enormous. I don't need to mention all of them, but they are there in our website. Next is the Africa Free of Hepatitis Free Village. It's one of our flagship programs. Hepatitis is a killer disease. We call it a silent killer. And last time we developed this, and Egypt developed a model, reduced the cost of treatment of hepatitis from about 50,000 US dollars down to about $15. That is an innovative way. It is proven. The WHO have went and see. And Egypt was able to eradicate hepatitis in their country using this method. And we are now, because we see it innovative, we started sending it out to the other member states. This is how the project works, based on educate, test, treat, prevent, and monitor. It has its own ways. Now, the 30th of July is declared as the World Hepatitis Day. And we are trying to establish the network of parliamentarians against the hepatitis. Parliamentarians have the strongest power. In the democracy, we have the presidential, the parliamentary, and the judiciary under the separation of powers. But none of that have the capacity to call a president except the parliament. The president listens to the parliament much more than any other person, and the parliamentarians have access to it. That's why we are trying to launch that network of the parliamentarian against hepatitis and most of this health. It is a webinar program and is going to come up, and we are sending it out to all the parliamentarian members of the Africa and see how we can come together, because there are a lot of achievement in one country, the other doesn't even know it or doesn't even use it, so that this sharing can bolster the economy, the health, and will benefit Africa. And if you have not gotten this letter, surely you will have it soon. The other one, we need to look at indicatrix for the prepositions, that is, disposing factors for health. Now, you can address every time health when you did not address the precursors of the health. Clean water and the nutrition are key for health. You cannot have clean water. How can you have health? You are not eating nutritious food. How can you have good health? These two, if properly addressed, will have a very long way to go in impacting the health of and the well-being of the African. We came up with, most of the Africans don't have clean water. How can they have? Now we came up with Moringa Sun Filter. Moringa has antimicrobial and the coagulant properties to filter a water. And we came up with this one. As you can see, this experimental bottle. We took a clean water, and this sun filter arrangement, we got a clean water, and the clean water was tested in different laboratories, and it has the standards of drinking water that is required by the WHO. And we just came up with this one for community, for household, for offices, all this one. But in the village, with $10, you can have clean water for up to 6 months using this filtration process. The most expensive things is the plastic. Once if you can have it, you can filter it. We don't have the capacity to supply clean water to all the villages of Africa, even a borehole. But if they cannot have it, at least this can help. But somebody will tell you, will criticize that why don't we have a clean water for it? How many villages and hamlets do you have in Africa? It's not possible. There is a competing demand for the little resources, and then we will use what is available. This is what we call inclusive innovations. Innovations for the grassroots, for the poor, pro-poor. And we needed it. And it can go a very long way in safeguarding the health of the people. Now, these are the network of the institutions that work on this Moringa Sun Filter. There are so many African universities that are involved in, and we work, and we develop that, and we now put it in form of a distribution to all the communities. Now, what we do, people are saying that the African Union is not visible in our states, but in actuality, we are not like the UN. We are very small in number. Our resources are very limited, but we try as much as possible to work to see how our things and activities benefit the Africa. For your information, we are only 3 in our office, the executive director, myself, and our computer experts. But we were able to use an innovative way of working to produce a lot of materials in different sectors of the science, technology, and innovation. Mind you, whoever that says Africa is poor doesn't know Africa. Africa is much richer than any continent you can think of. Our poverty comes from our knowledge and our capacity to explore. Why are we sending out our resources if we can add value within the continent by ourselves? Nothing I can add more than that to you, members of the parliament, but I'm sure with the establishment of the network of the parliamentarian, we can work better to make better Africa. There is always a code, but Baba Utepa. He says, when a man has done what he considers to be his duty to his people and his country, he can rest in peace. I believe I have made that effort, and that is therefore why I will sleep for eternity. Rest in peace, Nelson Mandela, 1918 to 2013. Thank you, everyone, for listening.
Merci.
I thank you. I thank you, Dr. Chiara. I thank you, Dr. Chiara, for your brilliant presentation. You have shared with us. You have given us a background about ASRIC and its mission, and also the need to mobilize the best scientists in Africa in order to face up the challenges to which we are confronted. And you've shared all with us also. You told us, for example, the Moringa filter. You spoke about the Moringa filter. As you call it, this is an inclusive innovation which is favorable to the poor. And you've also told us about effective treatment that are based on plants. And once again, you refer to Moringa, which is very effective. Here in South Africa, we had, during our workshop in 2023, invited an expert who himself cultivates the Moringa plant and produces various products based on Moringa, which are very efficient, which I do consume myself, and I can tell you that I'm very satisfied. And you spoke also about the Elandia plant, which is under study concerning the treatment of HIV patients. And also you spoke about the Ler-Artemisia, which is very effective. So this is what I noted from presentation, and without any delay, I will open the floor and give the floor to the honorable members if they have questions, suggestions. Madam Chair of the Committee on Gender. I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like, first of all, to say that I was impressed by the presentation and particularly by all the results that have been obtained through the actions that have been carried out by ASRIC. Mr. Chairman, I think that women in our families are generally the ministers of health of the family government. And in the face of those challenges of the difficult access to industrial medicine, they turn to traditional medicine, and particularly women who live in rural areas and old women. So I would like to commend you for giving us this opportunity where the traditional medicine is discussed. It is our duty as parliamentarians to regulate, optimize, and increase research in the field of traditional medicine, which would be more accessible to our populations. In his presentation, the lecturer complained that the European civilization does not recognize our medicine. I think that it is for us to work on research in order to present our medicine on a scientific basis, in order to give more trust to Africans and to Europeans. My questions are the following. First of all, how can we have access to the results or the findings of your research? Second, all our parliaments have committees on medicine and research, and I was just wondering, how can you connect with the committees of these parliaments, national parliaments, regional and continental parliaments, in order to expedite and speed up a greater trust in traditional medicine? I think that this is a path which should be explored, because before the power, in the face of the power of pharmaceutical industry, we must set up a system which would recognize more easily the progress of traditional medicine. You have spoken about Filter Moringa. How can you popularize it? And I had the clay is found throughout the continent that is replacing rubber. We do use clay pots, and I think that it is more healthy to use clay to protect our populations from this plastic pollution. And I would like here also to support the fact that our states should increase research budgets, and particularly research in the medical areas that are of interest to us, because our countries cannot subsidize health. So we must focus on research in order to allow our population to have an easier access to traditional drugs. And I would like finally to note that traditional medicine is facing two challenges. The first challenge is that of transmission. Earlier, the medical knowledge was transmitted through a process from father to son, but here there is a break in the mode of transmission, which is related to education. And the second challenge is the scientific one. We have the proof that it can treat, but it should be we must come up with a mechanism in order for it to be accepted by all, including the Europeans. These are my questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam Chair. There are two other members who would like to take the floor. Yes, Sandra. Honorable Sandra, sorry. I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to thank you for this opportunity on the reinforcement of the scientific basis of traditional medicine. I heard very attentively the first presenter through this very interesting presentation, and this draws our attention whenever there is the whole world, unfortunately, is investing billions and billions in pharmaceutical products. That is commercial medicine, and even the media contribute to that. And they earn a lot of money, particularly through the advertisements for medical drugs, which are sold through advertisement on the radio and television. What should we do in order to have more space and more visibility for traditional medicine, knowing that earlier we have spoken about a treatment against the HIV, and the person who has discovered this treatment or this medicine, we do not know him or her, and he or she could be a potential winner of a Nobel Prize in the field of research in the HIV, especially that there have been other scientists who have been recognized and have won Nobel Prizes on that. So what could we do in order to have more visibility on the international market when speaking about traditional medicine? Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Sandra. Yes, Honorable from Angola.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to congratulate Dr. Mohammed for his presentation. The information he gave us is very important for us as Africans. I would like to understand better what you said about the eradication of hepatitis. I didn't quite understand what is the work that you're doing in this regard. The other question has to do with moringa. Last year, we heard about the benefits of moringa. In Africa, we hear about the benefits of moringa, but all we do is to talk about it. I was in Portugal recently in Lisbon, and I found in the pharmacies in Portugal moringa tablets. So what we have in Africa and what we are rich in, the rest of the world is already making use of these products. And what are we doing as Africans? You said and you explained very well about the filters that are going to be used to purify water. What do we need to do in order to use these filters in our villages? Because moringa is an African plant. Why are we not divulging this knowledge? Why are we not planting more moringa plants all over Africa so that we can use them? You said we don't have money, and you're right. You also said that when they said that Africa is poor, it's not true. We're not poor. So we do this research, but we don't go further than that. We don't seem to be creating solutions. If we don't have solutions, but we need to find solutions. If we don't have the capacity, if we don't have laboratories, but if we are able to prove that moringa filters and purifies the water, why don't you use the radio? Why don't you divulge this information to show how at a very low cost we can do these types of things? We can divulge this information using the national languages, the local languages. We can have plays, we can have various actions that will allow us to divulge the information that you are telling us. Because if we're waiting for the rest of the world gives us money to either do the research or to implement the results of our investigation, we're never going to go forward because we're just waiting for other countries or for Europe to recognize us. And yet I saw in Europe these Moringa tablets being sold. We cannot be awaiting for acknowledgement from outside. I would like Dr. Mohammed to tell us how we, in our countries, how can we divulge this knowledge better? I see in Angola, in rural areas, I see the possibility of having purified water. We can have the river water that is purified through these filters, and this way we can put an end to a lot of pathologies that exist in our countries. So I would really like to ask you to suggest solutions so that we can work together with the civil society, with our health ministries and other ministries, so that we can divulge this information that is based on scientific knowledge. Thank you very much.
Merci.
I thank you, Honorable. If there are no more questions, then I would request Dr. Diarra to react to the questions that have been asked by the honorable members. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. This is the reason why we are here. I will take it from the perspective of building. The word build came into existence through the ant castle. It is the first building on the earth that uses clay. The ant builds its house like this in the bush with the sun. And the build has a component. This building was built by many people. One, we have the bricklayer, we have the electrician, we have the carpenter, we have the tiler, and we have all sorts of components that you can come. Many experts come together before they build it. The scientists do the research and discovers it, and someone commercialize it, put it into market shape, and someone else advertises, advocates, and advertises it. And then it reaches the end result. We all have different roles to play. And if we collectively come together to build, we can play a bigger role for all these informations to be heard. As a policy scientist, I have my limitations. And there are people who are in the private sector whom we can bring in to make the capsules and make money out of it. It is a chain and a series. Like the way I tell you, we develop a model from the bench, from the research to the bedsides, and it involves a lot of processes. And if all these processes were not played very well, the product will not be heard. The discoverer of the knowledge, it is not that we are lacking knowledge in Africa, but we are greedy of releasing the knowledge. The scientist who discovers one thing, he will come out because he has the patent, he will tell you, no, I will not keep. How can you take 10%? No, the 90% of that income from that research should be to me. But he doesn't know it is better to have a little portion of a bigger pudding than to have 100% of a small pudding. So that greed needs to be broken. We have come up, we discovered this, we have seen the opportunities. Now we are calling on the private sector and telling them that there is a money in this one. Come, let's work together. The reason why I'm here is to meet the honorable members of the parliament, because I am also advocating when they go back home, the member of the parliament is strong enough to call the ministry, the person in charge, the agency in charge of the health, agencies, you can call them and tell them that I have heard of these things in the pub and was done by the African Union Scientific Research and Innovations. Can I link you up with them? That linking, you have played your role. We now grab them and talk to them how they can now popularize these things. They have the members of the media in their own member states. And now you have the power. There is something going on very good, done by the African Union. I want you to advocate. I am here. I have no power in Angola. I work for you, Your Excellency. If you ask me anything to do, I will do it, but I need your support. Now that you know what is going on, my card is with you. We can liaise. Link me up with the agency that is in Angola. I can talk to them. We can use our mission money, go to Angola, sit down with them and give them all what they want. They can popularize. We have limitation. On the issue of the access to the medicines, actually there is a critical need and the access is very tough. And this plays a role in supplementing it. Now, recognize how. Okay, on the recognitions, on the scientific front, we have been doing everything possible with our plan to get standardization, scientific recognitions, acceptance by everyone. That is the essence of the pharmacopoeia. Everything is scientifically based so that it has, and the pharmacopoeia is globally accepted. And we follow the methodology that is used globally in the extractions and applications of the plant recipes. This is what we have been doing. It is not like the knowledge started from the father. Yes, to every discovery, that knowledge has been in existence prior to when you get it. It has been in existence, only that our limitation to get it. When you discover it, that thing has been in existence. It is only that you are getting to know it now. So, that chain that you are saying from the father to the son is a very good step. Now we are following the scenario to see how it can be globally accepted. But one thing you should know, the traditional medicines systems is an economy. And every economy needs to be protected. Those guys, they don't want to give you, because if you give you, what do they have to hold? So, there are two challenges. Nobody will give you freely what they have. I said no free lunch. But we have been trying all our possible to extract the best from them and prove it scientifically so that it can be globally accepted. Now, on the issue of more visibility to the traditional, I have talked about that one. The visibility comes when we work collectively. I or the office alone, PAP alone, STRC alone, the AUC alone will never make it to be visible unless each and individual of us plays their own role. What? Networking, linking up, popularizing. That brings a lot of joy. If I did not come here to this meeting, you would never know some of the things we are doing. And I am limited. I cannot go to everywhere. Now I have given you the button, you pass the button, and the button goes, keep on going. That is the process of information sharing and the networking. These are some of the few things. You have seen that Moringa capsule in the Brussels. Moringa capsule is in Tanzania. Go to Muhimbili, the chairperson of the Committee on the Health on PAB. I will beg your indulgence. Please visit Muhimbili University of Health, the Institute of the Traditional Medicine, and see how traditional medicines are processed. I will give you the contact of the Vice Chancellor, of the people involved. They will prepare, they will take you around all their laboratory and see traditional medicine in action. And this is what we exactly want to see in everywhere. So there are much to this. We'll keep on talking and will not have an end. But Africa is well known for policy, strategy, good document. What we are not known for very well is implementation, action. And this is what we should be working on. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Chiara, for all of these clarifications. I'll now ask my colleague, Chair of the Agenda Committee, to introduce the next presentation. Thank you, dear colleague, dear Chair. We're now going to hear the second presentation presentation on the AU's flagship program on the development of traditional medicine. The presentation will be made by Professor Giulio Racotonirina, Head of the Health Department, African Union Commission. Welcome, Doctor. It's a pleasure to welcome you here today. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Excellencies, honorable members of Parliament, allow me on the outset to thank the Pan-African Parliament for inviting the African Union Commission to take part in this essential consultation of stakeholders on the theme strengthening the scientific base of traditional medicine through research and innovation in Africa. When we speak of the African Union Commission, everyone knows that our context, our work context, is the continent. We operate on the continent, and that really mostly concerns the policy aspect, but not necessarily the operational aspect. Health is at the center of the AU's vision for the socioeconomic transformation of the continent. We have our Agenda 2063 that spells out that vision. As you well know, this socioeconomic transformation can only happen if health is considered and taken into account. That is why the Commission has adopted the African Health Strategy. It is actually a comprehensive strategic document focusing on health for all and the ways in which we can meet our goals thanks to coordinated and inclusive approaches. This strategy also focuses on research and innovation in the area of health. In other words, it's very important to strengthen the structures that uphold and also govern traditional medicine in line with the global strategy of WHO for traditional medicine. This strategy is actually complementary and emphasizes how important it is to strengthen the structures responsible for coordinating traditional medicine. The strategy suggests analyzing the current systems involving traditional health practitioners, involving communities, and also building on the best practices of traditional medicine. The Commission, with its specialized institution, thereafter developed and presented during the third ordinary session of the Specialized Technical Committee on Health in August of 2019, presented the AU's action plan for the second decade of the AU on traditional medicine. The report presented put into relief priority areas of the action plan for the second decade of traditional medicine in Africa. Let me share a few key elements of the presentation and report. There's policy, law, regulations, mobilizing communities, considering culture as well, preserving plants, medicinal plants, and intellectual property rights. The report also presented some key recommendations, and I would like to share a few examples of those with you. The member states are encouraged to rectify the issue of human resources in the area of traditional medicine. There is a lack of expertise that needs to be fixed through identifying said expertise when it's available. The member states must strongly support research in the area of traditional medicine. Member states are encouraged to implement scientific awareness-raising campaigns for decision makers at the political level, and national and international partners are encouraged to advocate in the member states to explain to them the importance of traditional medicine councils and also to obtain their commitment. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear MPs, the Health and Humanitarian Affairs Directorate that I head at the AUC is currently working alongside the World Health Organization in order to revise the plan and to develop and present a new action plan for the third decade of traditional medicine, and it will be presented during the next Specialized Technical Committee meeting in August of 2024. This approach means that traditional medicine is a crucial item on the AU's agenda, and we are quite happy that traditional medicine is also at the center of today's meeting. Furthermore, the scientific and medical worlds have shared a universal medical coverage project. It is a fundamental health right, and it was presented to the member states. However, we cannot speak of a universal medical coverage without speaking of primary health care for our communities. Allow me to emphasize how important primary health care is to the African Union. It is fundamental for universal health coverage in Africa, as also stipulated in our African health strategy. It's also very important to say that we cannot speak of primary health care without capitalizing on traditional medicine. We have to be bold in saying that the source of conventional modern medicine, Western medicine, the source for that is traditional medicine. And we also have to be very bold in saying that conventional medicine, modern medicine, is not yet able to resolve all of our issues, control all of the diseases, be they communicable or not, throughout the world. It is therefore essential that we who work at the continental policy level, the Commission, PAP, it's essential that we identify ways and means for these two approaches to become complementary, so the traditional and conventional medicine, so that we can make our health system stronger and more resilient. We must also capitalize on opportunities which do exist as far as strengthening primary health care in Africa. For example, we have opportunities such as new technologies, new approaches, which can help improve our traditional products. That is why we must support Africa CDC, that we have an institution that is giving us the opportunity to capitalize on new technologies. We very well know that one of the challenges of traditional medicine is pharmacovigilance. What are the side effects of these medicinal plants? We have to know them if we're going to use them. And so we also must focus on regulation and also harmonizing health products, and we must support the African Medicine Agency as well as AUDA NEPAD, both institutions working in that arena. I'm very happy to be able to share with you that the African Medicine Agency is becoming operational. It's being operationalized concretely under the leadership of our department, our directorate. And one of the missions of that agency, AMA, is regulating all medicine, including medicine or traditional medicine. We must also capitalize upon research in traditional medicine. And my colleague from ASRIC shared earlier the operational elements in place. As you know, ASRIC is part of the specialized institutions of the African Union. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, dear MPs, dear guests, let me reiterate the commitment of our department, the Department for Health, responsible for health in Africa. We reiterate our willingness to collaborate with all stakeholders and more specifically to collaborate with you who are part of the health and gender equity committees. And on this, I'd like to thank you for your kind attention. Thank you very much, Professor. The first presentation focused on research. And when we talk about traditional medicine, which is an area that seeks to be innovative, we must speak about regulation, we must speak about regulating, and the last speaker, who heads the Health Department at the African Union Commission, spoke at length of regulation. He said that his department would like to coordinate all of the structures responsible for medicine. We can also note that since 2019, there has been an action plan by the African Union for traditional medicine. And I also note that amongst the priority areas identified, there's one that really stuck with me: intellectual property rights. It's very important because traditional medicine, similarly to the pharmaceutical industry, is going to become an industry, must become an industry, full-fledged one, and intellectual property rights must be upheld. I don't know if you remember what happened in West Africa, where we saw a traditional health practitioner who had discovered a cure for AIDS, and he was murdered in London. In Central Africa, there was one who had popularized Artemisia and who is now 6 feet under. So it's quite important to focus on intellectual property rights. You also let us know that you are working alongside WHO to revise the plan of action for traditional medicine. And I actually have a question on that. With WHO, how free are you, if I can use that term, knowing that WHO is the guardian, in a sense, of the pharmaceutical industry? You spoke of the Universal Health Coverage Project, which is a priority for the African Union Commission, and you also comforted us and said that that coverage will include traditional medicine in Africa. You spoke of regulation, you focused on pharmacovigilance, and you said that we should capitalize upon institutions such as AMA, the African Medicine Agency. We have to capitalize on them and support them. Dear MPs, you understand that traditional medicine is a priority for the African Union. There are research and regulation bodies. And now I'd like to open the floor if you have questions for our speaker. Honorable MP from Djibouti. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I'd like to commend both presenters on very clear presentations. You shed much light on various issues that remained ambiguous for me. So let me talk about moringa first. Moringa is a plant that grows even in our gardens, in our yards. My dad has been growing it. Moringa has a lot of positive effects on the human body. However, one needs to use a proper dosage. However, you didn't speak of aloe vera, turmeric in your presentations, knowing that those are two plants that have strong efficacy, that have many qualities, and it's something that you can consume every day if, once again, you use the proper doses, and it has no negative effects on the human body. Can be also useful to fight cancer. We can fight cancer with turmeric and aloe vera. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. Any other questions, comments, contributions? Rosemary from Sierra Leone, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, and thank you, the moderator of this all important topic. I will say that traditional medicine has a rich heritage and long history in Africa. And also traditional medicine has played a critical role in primary health care for millions, especially in the rural areas and underserved communities. In my country, Sierra Leone, traditional medicine complements modern health care systems, reflecting the deep trust and respect that communities place in traditional healers and their practices. I would say even the food we eat are all medicinal. Now, people are going towards eating healthy, eating the right plants, from the peppers we put into our food, to the onions, to the ginger, to the turmeric. There are a lot of extensive researches that have been going on, and people now are decided to eat healthy and make healthier choice for food source. And also to harness the full potential of traditional medicine, it is imperative for us to invest rigorously on research and also building a strong scientific base which will ensure the safety and quality control of traditional medicine. And also collaboration is key. I think we can look into like public-private partnership with traditional healers, researchers, and also policy makers. And also my country, Sierra Leone, in 2021, we passed in the Parliament of Sierra Leone, we passed the AMA. We already ratified the AMA, the Africa Medicine Regulatory Agency. We've already passed it, which seeks to strengthen the governing and the regulation of medicine and medical products in the continent. So we have done that in our country, and what we are looking for is for us to try to increase our budgetary allocation in the area of research, which is lacking in our own country. So I think I will urge our parliamentarians to go back so that, one, we should try to talk to our governments for us to be able to pass this regulation. When we look at the issue of COVID, we have to get vaccines from the West or Far East, but then we can also be able to get our own homegrown solution towards mitigating such impacts in our health system. So therefore, I think I'll stop so far with these few words of encouragement. I thank you.
Okay, alors, s'il y a plus de...
Very well, if there are no more questions, let me maybe ask mine. No. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I would also like to thank Professor Giulio and tell him how happy we are to have him with us today. We're very lucky to have him here, very fortunate. He is the head of the health department at the African Union. Let me also take this opportunity to renew our support to them, and I'd also like to ask you, Mr. Director, I'd like to ask you to also support us more in organizing our activities. As you know, our budget is constrained, and we must reach out to partners so that they can assist us in organizing our activities. And I believe that you are the best placed person to help us this year through your contributions, expertise, and any resources that would allow us to carry our activities forward. So let me thank you once again, and I do hope that our collaboration will become even stronger in the next months and even years. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Karen. Before I give the floor to Professor Giulio, I did have a question to ask him. I see that traditional medicine is one of the themes adopted or chosen by the Commission of the African Union Commission, sorry. And I'm wondering, what are the Commission and your department doing as far as our governments, as far as advocating with our governments so that they can adopt traditional medicine as a priority? I believe that for traditional medicine to be allocated more budgets and focus, there needs to be political will. And unfortunately, I do not really see that political will in our countries, which focus much more on conventional modern medicine. And if I look at French-speaking countries, very little is done to promote traditional medicine. And in some countries, they actually don't provide easy access to generic medications. What are you doing at the level of the AU Commission in order to accelerate traditional medicine being adopted as a priority? You have the floor for your responses and answers. Thank you very much for your contributions, ladies and gentlemen, honorable MPs, members of PAP. I'd like to start with our collaboration with WHO. You asked how free we are, what is the level of freedom. I think that there's a certain level of complementarity. When we speak of the World Health Organization, you must understand that it is a global institution also operating in Africa, and our department has a coordination role. We are there to coordinate all health activities, and WHO is one of the partners of our member states in the area of health. When we talk about medicine in general and traditional medicine in particular, WHO has a mechanism to pre-qualify that medicine, and we have to capitalize on WHO's expertise so that we can have traditional, in quotes, medicine that is innocuous, safe, effective. In other words, WHO and the Commission are working hand in hand to reach that goal. We know that WHO has the best expertise, and we'd like to be able to capitalize on that. I'm still answering the same question. You asked what we are doing as far as advocating to member states. So as I just said, every 2 years we organize a session of the Specialized Technical Committee on Health, and we invite experts from the Ministry of Health for the first Ministries of Health for the first 3 days. Last 3 days, we invite ministers of health, so they take part in the session. This year, we will have a meeting, a session with them from August 5th to 9th, and it will be an opportunity to sensitize them, to inform them, raise awareness. We'll make suggestions to them as far as health, and traditional medicine is part of our agenda for August 2024.
As concerns the questions on aloe vera, I think that my colleague from ASRIC will be better placed to respond on that, because this is more operational. This is a question that was asked by honorable member of the Parliament of Djibouti. But to conclude, I would like to give you an overall view about what the agency will certainly do. That is the African Medical Agency called AMA. AMA will ensure 3 or 4 main activities. The harmonization of intellectual production, of all the drugs or health inputs, and the harmonization of the industrial production, the harmonization of the distribution and the marketing, and pharmacovigilance. And if we're talking about the 2 first parts, which is the harmonization of intellectual production and industrial production, there should always be there the property rights. And we're talking about property rights. This should go from member states in order to protect their citizens who have invented or found medical effective products. And here I will appeal on you, members of Parliament, to go in this direction in order to protect the nationals whenever they come up with something good for health. It is truly, I do not recall who said that, but we should also have a mechanism in order to encourage who have found. Just like the Nobel Prize exists everywhere, but we must also have something like this in Africa in order to encourage researchers in the production of medicines, vaccines, or other products for health. And to conclude, Mr. Chairman, I have received, taken your request for collaboration. And as you certainly know, we'll have a meeting with you tomorrow and see how to operationalize this idea, because we also need you as parliamentarians in the implementation of our activities. I thank you. I thank you. Now, I would like to suggest to you that we have a 10-minute break, and we will come back for the two last presentations, which are certainly very interesting. So we will resume in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Chers collègues, nous allons
Dear colleagues, we're going to resume our proceedings and we will proceed to the next presentation, which will be on scientific research and innovation in order to speed up the process of modernization of traditional medicine. And here, our presenter will be Dr. Lupika Shabalala, who is the Director of the Ministry for Science and Technology of South Africa, who will talk to us, who will share with us his expertise. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Program Director. I understand I should be on Zoom, but it says host has
to let you in.
yes, host has joined and they will let me in.
Excuse me. IT. You need to let him in. Zoom. He's the one. The presenter, you need to let him in. Yes,
Yeah.
the Zoom.
Il est en train de travailler sur sa machine.
Dr. Shabalala, are you ready or
He's
Just fixing?
Yeah, he's trying to
okay?
help me project.
And you start whenever you're ready. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
En attendant que
So pending the solution of this technical issue, I would like us to welcome a new member who comes from Senegal and who is part of the Committee on Gender. Could you please introduce yourself, Honorable? Good morning to you all, Madam Chair of the committee and dear colleagues. I would like to greet you. I'm Honorable Honorable Aminata Diane, Aminatou Dia, representative of the National Assembly of Senegal. Thank you. Welcome.
There you go. It has come.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. I just put it in PDF.
Hardware problem.
No, I mean now. I just put it in PDF so that it goes through.
Okay. Yeah. Which one? Going to have open it. You come here.
So thank you.
Okay. May I start? Thank you so much. And again, apologies for that technical glitch. Our machines are not compatible. And so much for the Department of Science and Technology. So thank you so much, Honorable. It's on PDF. I'll just scroll through. Thank you so much, dear honorables, for affording us the opportunity to come and share with you the work that we are doing as the Department of Science and Innovation, formerly known as the Department of Science and Technology. I come from the unit currently called Indigenous Knowledge-Based Technology Innovation, which is part of the Technology Innovation Program. However, all this will be changing as the department is it's realigning itself with the new mandate of the department, which I'll quickly share with you. I trust that you'll be able to see my screens. They are all in, it went dead from my side. Battery alert. Yeah, says battery alert. It's restarting from this side. It looks like it doesn't want me to speak before my time. It's restarting. It went battery alert. Yeah. So maybe whilst it's restarting, maybe it may be prudent for me to just introduce what it is that I'll be sharing with you. I will do my best to also paint a picture of what it is that we do at the Department of Science and Innovation. As I was saying, I direct a unit called Indigenous Knowledge-Based Technology Innovation, which is under a branch or a program called Technology Innovation. The invitation said I should discuss with you the South African experience in terms of how we can strengthen the modernization of what now we prefer to call African natural medicines. The term itself is very, very essential because part of the work that we do, I have to deal with decoloniality, just as my friend here, Dr. Mohammed, already indicated, that when we use someone else's language, especially when it comes to Africa, the type of terms that were given were created to demean who we are and our knowledge system. So in South Africa, the various consortia that we work with are starting to say we need to problematize certain words like traditional or indigenous, because medicine is medicine. It doesn't really matter where it's coming from. Similarly, knowledge is knowledge. It doesn't really matter where it's coming from. So my talk then, I will introduce to you the mandate of the Department of Science and Innovation, so that you just appreciate the mission and vision of the department and its objectives, but strictly in relation to African medicines. So that's what I'll be sharing with you from the onset. Then secondly, I would like to share with you the models that we're using to modernize African medicines, but any other work that we do within the context of the so-called indigenous knowledge systems. Then I'll share with you the actual work that we're doing, looking into the entire value chain that talks to the various aspects of research, development, and innovation, and then I'll end up with the recommendations that are related to some of the things that you're asking or the issues that we're discussing here. And already the speakers that spoke before me have highlighted some of these key recommendations. The first point is that the African medicines research, development, and innovation work that we do is actually legislated or regulated by a number various pieces of legislation, including various strategic policies in the country, starting with the Indigenous Knowledge Systems Act. We now have an act in the country which governs African knowledge systems. But also there is an interim policy that is looking at African medicines, but in relation to the health practitioners themselves, not necessarily in relation to research. So I won't speak to that. That is the mandate of the Department of Health. The other policies that we have within the Department of Science and Innovation, one is what we call the bioeconomy strategy, which is also related. There's got a sister strategy which is called biodiversity and economy. The two of them are looking into how can we use our biodiversity, including our inherent African knowledge systems, which is still untapped, and then our scientific and innovation capacity, to then come up with products that may end up in hospitals or even for general commercialization. But there's several other supporting documents. For example, from the department, we now have a 10-year strategy, which is called the Decadal Plan. In that Decadal Plan, African natural medicines are actually identified as a new source of growth, economic growth, but that they will play a very important role as part of health innovation in the country and also the continent. That's in terms of the policies that we have in the country, notwithstanding the fact that South Africa is the is considered to be maybe the third or the fourth most biodiverse country in the world. It's not us. These are some of the statistics that are coming from international organizations that look into the biodiversity. But as Dr. Mohammed said, just imagine how much biodiversity we have as a continent. It means that even the country like Brazil alone will come number 7 if we were to add all our medicinal biodiversity on the continent. The markets are really amazing in that what we have done in South Africa, we discovered that if you look into the entire value chain, not only the sales of the medicines per se, but if you consider the growing of the medicines, the harvesting, and all those logistics and the manufacturing and the utilization in hospitals or for commercialization, we're talking up to 4 billion rands of a market per annum only in South Africa. So imagine if we were to add other countries on the continent. So those are the issues that I wanted to just share with you in terms of setting up the context on the African continent. In terms of the model, we have developed what we call an Ubuntu-based bioinnovation model. It's a pity you can't see this, for now, in terms of how the model is designed. Within the model, it's not a linear model. It is a model that is informed by an African thought, which says, whilst we're doing what we call integral research, we may be commercializing because these medicines are being used as we speak. So that's one. Secondly, is that when we start doing research, the most important hurdle is that no scientist should be funded to do research without the owners of the knowledge. In this case, without the healers themselves or the indigenous or the African medicines practitioners themselves. So the practitioners are actually part and parcel of the various consortia that we have. So when we say integral research, we have, for example, maybe a pharmacologist, an epidemiologist, an economist, or an entrepreneur supporting the knowledge holders and the communities that are responsible for these products. Secondly, is that we do what we call inclusive innovation, and Dr. Mohammed spoke a lot about inclusive innovation. Inclusive innovation means that all types of projects that we have, the type of products that we research on are actually informed by the knowledge of the practitioners themselves. So it's not just the scientists going on a wild goose chase to determine what it is that we need to research on. It is knowledge, it is African knowledge that is resting with the communities, which is resting with the African medicines practitioners. This is followed by what we call local technology transfer. What it means is that if knowledge is coming from your village should be the first one that should be receiving technology transfer before we could even share it with everyone else. We're not saying that knowledge is limited to this one village. It is to be shared with everyone else, as this is an African thought. It's about sharing. The last two aspects of the model speak to enterprise development, that whilst the scientists are working on a product, doing research, doing product development, there should be a team which is already thinking about how do we grow this for sustainability, using good agricultural practices. But also there should be a team which is organizing the community or whoever came with the knowledge, the healers that came with the knowledge, organizing them as proper enterprises, scaling them with everything that they need in terms of technology transfer, incubation, acceleration, but that they should be turned into proper businessmen and women so that they own the means of production of these medicines. Finally, is then looking for the markets. we call this conscious commercialization, in that we promote there should be sustainability of these plants. One, we strictly work with the concept of green economies, meaning we don't use anything that will harm the environment. So organic farming is what all our farmers actually use in order to sustain these medicines. That's then the in terms of talking about the model that we have. The model itself, honorables, it's a consortia, meaning that in the groups of scientists and whoever else is involved in the work, we have government. So we as government, and not only my government department, the Science and Innovation Department, but we have other government departments like health, like environment, small business, trade and industry, coming in to support the work. So there is a concerted effort from various government departments to support this work. We also, of course, have science councils, universities and science councils, which are at the core of then modernizing the work in terms of the research programs. And I will, if this thing works, I will then share with you some of the work that we're doing on the ground. We also have colleagues and partners that come from industry, because if this work is supposed to be commercialized, it must be industry that actually does this work. We are only in the business of putting in place enabling environments for scientists to do what they're supposed to do, but also scientists may not be business people. So hence we have the Department of DTIC bringing in those various business partners that will come and help us commercialize the work. Let me then quickly share with you what are the various things that we're doing to modernize African medicines in South Africa. As I said, the first step is that we bring in the knowledge holders themselves. We bring in the indigenous knowledge holders, or we bring in the African medicines practitioners to be part of the consortia. We are not saying they are not modernized, because that would be an insult. All we're saying is that we are decolonizing an African knowledge system by making sure that it becomes mainstreamed. Thank you so much. So that the knowledge itself becomes how do I scroll? Or the arrows. Okay, thank you so much. Sorry.
Maximize.
I don't know your machine. Where do we maximize? Here.
Yeah.
Okay. It looks like we should be able to show you a few slides, but let's start here. I'm in indigenous knowledge system, so I have to paint the picture. Minister Pandor said, if you were to go to the village where there's no electricity, how do you then talk to the elders? So we have to learn to paint the picture. So I trust that you'll be able to appreciate the mental picture as I do this through an African storytelling process, because PowerPoint doesn't have power today. One is that, as I was saying, we work with the knowledge holders as equal partners within the national system of innovation. So simply because me and my brother here, we've got titles, DR or professor, it doesn't mean that we've got any better knowledge than them. In any case, they're actually the primary researchers. They're the ones that have done the work. We are only just coming to valorize, to add value on what they know already. So that's the first thing. And when we do this, we set in place very stringent agreements with them. We as government, we bring in the lawyers which will then help them in terms of making sure that their intellectual property is not stolen. Okay, this one. Awesome. Thank you so much. So all these things I've already spoken about in terms of our strategies. the consortium that I was talking about, that we have everyone within the consortium, government, funding agencies, science councils, universities, regulators, the holders themselves, and of course the business sector. This is the model that I was talking about, that an African thought is not linear. As I was saying, that whilst we are conceptualizing with the healers, they may be commercializing. Whilst we're coming up with the various products, we may be scaling them in terms of entrepreneurship. So that's the thinking. And the entire model has funding agencies supporting it. We have the Technology Innovation Agency that look into research, development, and innovation, and we've got the Industrial Development Cooperation, which then looks into the enterprise development and commercialization. We have prioritized various aspects of the sector, meaning that there are medicines. We spent 30% of the work under that. There are issues that are related to the cosmeceuticals, nutraceuticals, health infusions, and all these things are research and development intensive, but then they are supported by the entire value chain processes, which include technology transfer, clinical research, training of the students, skilling of the communities, issues that then have to deal with product development and manufacturing, issues of warehousing, quality control, and of course commercialization. This is really the process. These slides just speak to the process, which is a to and fro, as I was saying, that the system doesn't have a beginning or an end. It is a closed loop. We may start with one project. When it ends, we go back to that very same project. So let me quickly then talk about the modernization aspect, as I already started. There are people who will ask us, but you're working with indigenous knowledge, as if indigenous knowledge is not knowledge. Science simply means knowledge. So even in the work that we do everything that is done within the context of other medical sciences. For example, we do agronomy and agro-processing using good agricultural practices. We do phytochemistry, we do in vivo, in vitro studies, clinical research, product development and manufacturing processes as they are required by various regulatory authorities. Our regulator in South Africa is the South African Health Products Regulatory Authority. And actually in South Africa currently, we are reviewing our Medicines Act because of apartheid, which you all know very well. Everything African was rendered either evil or not scientific or not necessary. So what we have done is that we, together with other agencies that look into medicines, we have gone to courts to render the assertion that only biomedical or allopathic medicine is medicine and other medicines are not medicines. So that assertion that Western medicine is the only medicine has been rendered unconstitutional. And what is surprising, you may be surprised by this, that in South Africa, all indigenous medicines of other countries, like Chinese medicine, Ayurveda, Unani, homeopathy, are regulated. But the medicines that belong to South Africa is still exiled, if I may say so. It's not regulated. So that's why we are reviewing the Medicines Act, so that we have protocols for registration of these medicines as part of the essential medicines list for commercialization, so that we come up with the pharmacopoeia, but also to strengthen the clinical trials capacity that we have, but dedicated to African medicines. We cannot have people who do not have the competencies in African medicines research being the ones that evaluate the protocols. So that's what we're doing. One most important thing is that there is a need to systematize the medical cosmologies, the philosophies. Let's call them to modernize, to use the ancient language, but then explain it in modern languaging, but not discarding it. The Chinese have done it, the Indians have done it. They have their own medical cosmologies built into how they do the research. As I said, our work starts where the knowledge is, meaning that when we start with research, the most important thing that we start with is to speak to the tribal authorities, to the municipalities to give us land to start growing these things according to good agricultural practices. But also, we then empower the owners of the knowledge for them to then own the means of production. Like this, from the onset, they are already businessmen and women. Like this, then we create jobs immediately. So the department has a program called High-End Infrastructure and Equipment, where we apply for funding to support communities to come up with these agricultural projects. Secondly, we now have about 15 dedicated laboratories that do strictly African medicines research, all the way from Limpopo to Cape Town. And these laboratories are branded Indigenous Knowledge-Based Technology Innovation Laboratories, meaning that the scientists and the students that are in there, they infuse African knowledge in everything that they are doing. Even though they may be learning or mainstream or interfacing their knowledge or African knowledge with other knowledge systems, they are actually making sure that African knowledge is not lost. So we have phytochemistry laboratories. We have laboratories that are responsible for biomedical research and public health, things like toxicity studies, safety studies. We have labs that are responsible for that. We have labs that then do pharmacology and clinical research, and these labs are actually linked to the clinical trials facilities. One of them is in the Free State, but there are other private ones that are partners that partner with us in the entire consortium. We also have various pharmacology, African Indigenous Knowledge Systems-based pharmacology laboratories. These are the ones that then develop the protocols, the clinical trials protocols that are taken to SAPRA, our regulator, for assessment and approval before we could actually do the actual clinical trials on the ground. So we are happy to also invite you to come and see some of these labs and some of the facilities where we conduct all these clinical trials. At our Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, we currently, if I count, we've got more than 75 small, medium enterprises that are actually incubated there and at the Agricultural Research Council, where we actually do incubation, technology transfer, and acceleration, meaning that by the time we finish with research, the small, medium enterprises that are owned by the healers themselves, when we graduate them, they already have the standard operating procedures for them to know how to produce their medicines, whether it's capsules, whether it's tablets, whether it's ointments, whether it's syrups for children. They can go into contract manufacturing, for example, but that's not the solution. Hence, our department decided to now build the good manufacturing practices facilities strictly dedicated to the manufacturing of African medicines. We're starting with one in the Free State, and we trust that by 2028, we should be having at least 4 world-class manufacturing facilities. We can afford to take our raw materials and take them to Europe. And then when they come back as something else, or the knowledge would have been stolen. So government has decided that we must build government-owned manufacturing facilities, world-class, high-level manufacturing facilities. Of course, here we're not here to talk about what it is that we're looking at, but we cover all those health priorities that the Department of Health has identified, ranging from your cancers, diabetes, hypertension. There is a rise in neurodegenerative diseases. Mental health is a problem today. Mother and child, childhood diseases, epidemic-prone health conditions is a challenge. We know about COVID, HIV here at home, tuberculosis. So we do research and clinical research in all these areas. As I said, we have several clinical trials facilities that we work with. Some are government-sponsored, some are private. And as I said, we're happy to invite you so that you come and see what it is that we're doing with these facilities. I mentioned that as soon as we enter the community, we ask the community to identify, especially the youth, the graduated, the young, unemployed graduates, so that we skill them in various business skills, for them to be the ones that then hold their elders, who are the holders of the knowledge, but to be the businessmen that then run the manufacturing, the agro-processing facilities, but also product development and commercialization. So we have two programs. Actually, we have three programs. One is called the Design Clinic, which is done by our South African Bureau of Standards, which help with the standardization. And we've got Coach Lab, which is a 6-month entrepreneurship program. And then we just started with an acceleration program as well. We also work on medical cannabis. As you know, you might have heard the president talking about this, and a lot of African countries are now making sure that cannabis is part of what, or medicinal cannabis is part of what they do. Here, I just wanted to highlight that we also have a very strong intellectual property regime. This is the work that we do with our the National Intellectual Property Management Office, which also works with the CIPC, which is the bigger office that manages intellectual property in the country. And we of course participate at WIPO, ARIPO, and other intellectual property organizations in the world. And of course, our scientists also sit at the World Health Organization, AFRO. 3 years ago, we received some of the members from the Africa CDC. We took them around our labs, and those meetings have resulted in Africa CDC identifying some of the labs to be reference laboratories for clinical research like this. We also create markets for our small medium enterprises that are the owners of the knowledge. We take them, whether it's locally or internationally, because now they are already business people. So they will take research intensive products and then go to the markets, go to various conferences and expo and sell this products themselves, whilst we are sorting out legislative issues so that these medicines end up in hospitals. And of course, Moringa, as it was discussed earlier on, is part of the work that we're doing, not as a medicinal product, but as a nutraceutical. And of course, already most of our products are already in the outlets that you may know, like the Discam, the Clicks, and other outlets that are responsible for commercialization. So we are also looking into curriculum, developing curriculum to now train young health practitioners, including, the modern day Sangoma or traditional medicine practitioner is no longer like our grandparents. It's people like me and you. It's lawyers, it's doctors, it's nurses, it's pharmacists that have this traditional calling. So we have decided to then develop curriculum, just like China, India, Korea, so that we have medical doctors that can diagnose, that can prescribe strictly African medicines that would have undergone research approved by SAPRA and are part of the South African essential medicines list. Of course, we are looking into the integrative healthcare as well. So there are several hospitals that are already saying that they are happy to start doing this work. We had a research chair that looked into this at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, collaborating with Nkosi Albert Lituli, for us to see beyond just referral systems for HIV or tuberculosis, can we start having wards which certain medicines focusing on certain health conditions? So already we're thinking along this way to start having wards, maybe even dedicated hospitals that will use African medicines. Because we have lost time, let me just then conclude by saying these are the recommendations that we think you should consider. One is that our leaders need to be persuaded. And we often say demonstration beats conversation. So maybe it's important that when we go to our leaders, we demonstrate what it is that we're doing, because leaders want to see things working. so that we institutionalize African natural medicines. For example, the African Medicines Agency, as our colleague said, it's one place where we should start. And then that agency should convince our leaders to institutionalize at all levels, actually. We must harmonize and align the regional legislative and strategic frameworks, because most of them still trip into each other, especially when it comes to clinical trials. Hence, we're saying, let's encourage and fund multi-country research, development, and innovation initiatives, as I said, around clinical trials in particular, so that if a medicine passes in one country, then it will be accepted in many other countries at the same time. Technology transfer is very, very essential, especially with the knowledge holders. If we do this, we'll be turning poverty and inequality on their own hands, but also will be making sure that the owners of the knowledge are active participants in product development, in commercialization, in actually creating wealth for themselves. They won't be beggars, whereas they are rich in knowledge. As I said, we need to develop curriculum. We need to consider this integrative healthcare. Everyone is talking about One Health. This is the way to go. And finally, we must facilitate and put aside resources for building our own manufacturing companies, for commercialization, for improving the socioeconomic status of the continent, and thus build thriving societies. Regardless of the technical glitch that we had, this is all that I had to share with you. Honorables, thank you so much. All I say, Africa must decide and Africa must lead. Thank you so much.
Merci.
We thank you, Dr. Shabalala, for sharing with us the experience of South Africa, mainly in terms of the model that is used for the modernization of traditional medicine. We have also learned that South Africa is considered as the third country which is most concerned by biodiversity. And you have spoken about $4 billion US dollars as a turnover. And also, you have also told us about collaboration rights that exist within your organization, and also traditional knowledge holders. As concerns SMEs, we have learned that there are 75 SMEs which have the necessary means in terms of manufacturing medicines, and also, and of course, medicines. Of course, moringa is considered also as a product which is consumed by many people. We will take questions, and at the end of the presentation, the other presentation, I will now like to request Mr. René Munya. He is a herborist, and he is a producer of which I would kind of call food complements based on moringa. I know that this morning there have been a lot of questions on moringa, so I would kindly request Mr. René Munya to make a short presentation on his products, his company, and his way of proceeding. And probably Mr. Shabala will probably not guide you, but assist you so that you can improve and also increase the sales of your products. Mr. Munya, please. His microphone, Mr. Munya. Microphone, your microphone.
So I'm sure you're going to forgive me. No, as I was saying, thanks for the invite and thanks for the wonderful work that you are doing. As it's been said, I'm a moringa farmer. I try also to introduce some kind of crops that you find in other countries in Africa, such as cassava. But I'm here as a farmer doing moringa and processing. By the way, I'm going to also take this opportunity to thank Dr. Ank Chabalala, whom I've met before, and his department helped us actually to organize the first international symposium in moringa in South Africa in 2019, which was very successful. We had 38 countries represented. They helped us with the fund, they helped us to organize, they helped us basically with everything. Without them, we wouldn't have, without his department and his team, we wouldn't have been able to successfully have that convention. So, Dr. Ank, thanks very much. It's a pity that after that, COVID came and kind of limited our interaction. But I'm also here as the current chairperson of our association, which is called Moringa Development Association of South Africa. So we do have members throughout the country. And lately I have been traveling because other association invite me. I was in Angola recently. I was in Rwanda the other beginning of the year. I just came from Zambia. We helped Zambia to organize. We have more than 200 farmers now in South Africa. Most of us, unfortunately, we are just farmers. And I heard from a doctor that there might be a lot of departments that are capable of helping us. So I would ask you maybe that we engage after, because some of our farmers, they can't produce a business plan. So we need to kind of seek your help so that we can help these people. Other than that, I do moringa. I produce moringa oil. I do the tea. I make the tea, and I make a supplement for men, which is a combination of moringa, baobab, and an extract from the sugar cane. It's an organic product, and people who use it will tell you, unlike the other product you find in the market that give you heart palpitation and headache, this one is organic, natural. You won't even know you've taken the product, as you will not have any kind of headache or side effect. Yes. So I don't know if I should. The oil is fantastic, same as not that it's the best oil, because you have like the baobab oil, which is also equally good. You have the marula oil, which is fantastic with anti-aging properties, and it's very organic that we could use, and you find a lot of marulas in South Africa. You have the tea, which is a phenomenal antioxidant, helps with people with insomnia, digestion, and things like that, but it's not really commercialized. We have the capsules that we make out of the seeds of moringa. Now, if you use to the moringa, when you take the moringa seeds and you open, you deshell it and chew it, it's fantastic. If you take between 10 and 20, it detoxifies your body completely. And if you take it for 5-7 days, we normally encourage people to take that quantities for 7 days. For maintenance, you should be taking less than 5 a day. It gives you energy. You can go into your car today, now, and you drive all the way to Cape Town. Whenever you feel dozing or tired, you just chew one and drink water. And the water actually becomes a bit like juicy. But for detox, you take 10 to 20 seeds or capsules, 4 to 6 capsules, early hours of the morning. For the first 2 days, you will be a bit uncomfortable because you will be having a lot of trips to the loo. But after that, it becomes exceptionally smooth, no problem, and odorless, and the color becomes clear, and you will immediately feel energized. You will actually see your skin changing. So this is very, very good for people on heavy medication, people who drink a lot. This will detoxify, will help you to keep your liver safe and healthy. So this is really an amazing, and I would probably we will also try and approach DST for maybe assistance, because I think if we could do some extract out of the moringa seeds, they can do wonders for our communities. Now, then we have the capsules of the powder themselves. Very good. It's a all-rounder. And this, I've spoken about it already. Now, there is something else about moringa that is not known, commonly known. It is the capacity of moringa in terms of CO2 absorption. One mature tree of moringa will absorb up to 250 kilograms of CO2 from the environment, while the best next tree, I think they absorb around 60, 70 kilograms. So from that already you can see that if we could encourage our people in rural Africa to plant as many trees and to teach them. The other thing I'm not mentioning is using it as animal feed or for water purification. So there are so many things that we can do with the moringa, but not only moringa, with other crops, such as the marula. The other time we spoke about Artemisia. It was right during COVID. Artemisia is also phenomenal. The Chinese have been using it for thousands of years. But somehow in Africa, we kind of, our hands are tight, you know. It's like we are sent to race a marathon, but with our legs tight. And I think this is the room that you have the power maybe to make things happen for us and to change the future of these new generations, because there is really no difference between our children and European children. All they need is an environment that, and they will do wonders. I think the next, even the current anyway, the current Elon Musk are Africans, but the next Elon Musk, if we give them the right environment, whether in health or whatever it is, they will definitely be African. And yeah, I think that's, I can answer any question if there is any question, but moringa is good. The baobab are good. We have everything that we need in Africa. All we need is assistance and a platform, an environment that is where we can play fairly with the rest of the world. I think, thank you.
Merci, Monsieur.
I thank you, Mr. René Munia. You have certainly deserved promoting your products, and myself, I'm a consumer of some of your products, and I can only advise our members to do the same. And you see by yourselves the good, the advantages, the food supplements which are produced by Mr. Munia. So without any delay, we're going to move to the last presentation. I would request at the end, we will be able to ask questions to Mr. Munia. We will move to the last presentation, which will be made by Dr. Iba Bujna from Charity Europe Africa on traditional medicine. Doctor, you have the floor.
Could you switch off your
Right.
Thank you very much. Pleasure being here this morning. I actually I landed a few hours ago, so came straight from the airport. Thanks for having me. I will just log in with my presentation shortly on the link. So please allow me a few minutes, honorable members of the parliament and dear attendees. Marie, est-ce que je peux peut-être vous envoyer la présentation et parce que je ne sais pas pourquoi c'est pas en train de marcher de mon côté pour ne.
Might have to send you the presentation because I can't share it from here.
Ou alors, je suis dans le lobby, je crois, du lien Zoom.
I'm in the Zoom waiting room.
Comme ça.
Yes, I did send you.
Yeah, and I'm waiting in the lobby.
Okay.
I think. Yeah.
Tu peux partager ton screen?
Oui, j'ai eu la brillante idée de mettre mon ordinateur en allemand. Donc, j'attends de voir. Oh. Il est où le partage? Ah, voilà. Ok, super.
Ça va?
Ouais.
Okay.
Je vais juste mettre la présentation. Donc ça doit être. On monte. Ouais. Ouais. Okay. So first of all, allow me to once again thank you for the kind invitation and for having us in this very important meeting to discuss the role that traditional complementary and integrative medicine can play in Africa and the momentum that is actually available to be seized around the world and the opportunities that lay ahead of us between the African and the European continent. My name is Hiba. It's my first time at the PAP, so I'm very excited to be here. But I have previously worked with the African Union. I was with the African Union Commission and WHO before my role with Charité. University, and I also worked with Africa CDC before, so I'm not a stranger to the African Union and its organs, but very, very excited to be here with you here in PAP today. So I wanted to start by sort of like taking us through what is happening in traditional complementary and integrative medicine internationally, and that truly pertains to the African continent, and more particularly the efforts that have been pushed forward by WHO recently. And the outline of my presentation will then start with that, with the WHO Global Summit on Traditional Medicine, as well as the Global Center for Traditional Medicine that was recently established by WHO. Then the WHO Traditional Complementary Integrative Medicine Draft Strategy that is being finalized as we speak. And then the institution that I work with currently, and that is very much focused on traditional integrative medicine and the role that we would like to play in the collaboration between Europe and Africa. So my presentation will be very brief. I would not want to, I would love to maximize this opportunity to get your attention and to make my, to get my message across without boring you, hopefully. To begin with, I wanted to speak a little bit about the WHO Global Summit on Traditional Medicine and the center that is, that was newly established by WHO. So maybe if we can move the camera, if it's possible, just to, yeah, thank you so much. Okay, so WHO Global Summit on Traditional Medicine. So recently, last year in August 2023, WHO with the government of India organized the very first WHO Traditional Medicine Global Summit. And that was organized on the margins of the G20. That was really an event that showcased that traditional medicine now is really being on the forefront of the political agenda. And we all know this is not a secret for you. You are the expert in the matter. We know that when the political scene gets interested in a topic, that's where we can make the biggest progress, because that's actually the enabling environment. And as I heard my colleagues speak before me, there is a lot of potential in Africa. There is a lot of research. There are plants. There are experts. There is indigenous knowledge. But if the political scene doesn't follow, then we find ourselves having our hands tied. So this is actually a very good news for all of us in traditional medicine, because now we realize that it's being pushed at the highest levels. And this photo here on this slide is the photo of the expert group that was designated by WHO to support the organization of this summit, but also beyond that. And one of the experts in this photo is our director at the center, at the Charité Competence Center for Traditional and Integrative Medicine. So this is sort of like the link of between our institution and this global momentum that is taking place. The summit, the global summit, had an outcome document that was the Gujarat Declaration. And I would like to briefly walk us through the Gujarat Declaration and what it had for us to understand where does traditional medicine stand today. So the Gujarat Declaration was read by the WHO Director General, Dr. Tedros, our very own, our African leader of the WHO, who we are very proud of. And Dr. Tedros highlighted that the Gujarat Declaration is a pivotal step in traditional medicine, whereby it tries to leverage traditional medicine through scientific lens, integrating it into national health systems to unleash its potential. So it's really to say that the agenda now is to say traditional medicine is founded on science and can be founded on science, though the argument that traditional medicine is not scientific should not stand anymore and should not come between us and what we would like to achieve through traditional medicine. He also reaffirmed the global commitment to indigenous knowledge, biodiversity, traditional complementary and integrative medicine. He stressed the importance of rigorous scientific methods and rigorous scientific approach to apply these holistic but also context-specific and personalized health approaches that traditional medicine does offer, where sometimes conventional medicine truly fails. Traditional medicine can really provide that personalized health approach. He also emphasized that scaling up evidence-based traditional complementary integrative medicine interventions can really support the implementation of universal health coverage and can really advance the health-related Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs. These, again, are some photos from that event, and I was fortunate enough when I was working with the African Union Commission to attend this meeting through my work with the African Union Commission and WHO, and that's a photo of me in the middle, just to say that I was able to attend this meeting and see really what could transpire from that. So now, in parallel with the Global Summit of Traditional Medicine, WHO, with the government of India again, established this Global Center for Traditional Medicine. And apologies for the duplication there in the slide. So this center is really stands as a knowledge hub for traditional medicine, and it's the very first WHO global office in a low middle income country, or what we call Global South, even though I don't really love this appellation. Yeah, so this is just to say that there is an opportunity now that lays in the international sphere when it comes to traditional medicine. This center is part of the WHO broader traditional medicine strategy, and the strategic focus areas of the center are evidence and learning, data and analytics, sustainability and equity, and innovation and technology. So the center aims to optimize the contribution of traditional medicine to global health and sustainable development, to really say that traditional medicine is part of the global agenda of sustainability and is part of the global agenda of global health. The center aims to be guided by respect to local heritages, resources, and rights. And as I said, it's located in Jamnagar, Gujarat state in India. And this is a photo of the signature of the agreement that establishes this center between the Indian counterpart and Dr. Tedros. So now, there is also in the parallel with this center and the global summit that took place, now WHO is working on the most updated traditional complementary integrative medicine strategy. It's still on the draft state, but it's being finalized. And this strategy will cover 2025 to 2034. And of course, the vision of this strategy is a universal access to safe, effective, and people-centered traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine for health and well-being. The status quo now is that it's pending member states' input, and what will come soon is a series of WHO convenings or meetings with the relevant stakeholders in the different WHO regions to input and finalize this strategy. So this is, I think, of importance for you here as member states continue providing their input to really make sure that the African perspective is captured in this strategy and that this strategy really advances the interest of Africa in a traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine. So now I would like to talk about our institution, but really when I talk about our institution, I'd like to explore together the potential that we have between Africa and Europe. In the previous slides, I spoke about the global momentum that exists now. We know that in Africa, Africa is the only continent that has an African Traditional Medicine Day commemorated every year. And Africa is the continent that is the most advanced when it comes to legislation in terms of traditional medicine. So most African countries do have laws that speak about traditional medicine and the role of traditional medicine in the national health regulation, which is, for example, something that Europe does not have, because Europe has capacities in research, Europe has more sustainable funding resources, but in terms of legislation, the European political landscape is not very much in favor of traditional medicine, and this is a big minus for Europe. So there is opportunity for Europe and Africa to work together, to learn from each other, and to strengthen each other in traditional medicine, because of course we all know that traditional medicine is about indigenous knowledge. It's about oneness and universalism. It doesn't stop at borders. It brings all people together, and it's really about the people. It's not about the countries or the continents. And the other thing that I wanted to mention along these lines is that I was fortunate enough to attend a number of meetings when I was working with the African Union Commission between the African Union and the European Union. And I was able to really see that one of the areas that is of most interest in collaboration is traditional medicine. And there is a lot of opportunity there to really advance the agenda together. So our center, Charité Competence Center for Traditional and Integrative Medicine, is part of the Charité University in Germany, which is one of the leading European institutions in academia. And is really, the idea of this center is to bring together all the knowledge and all the know-how of traditional medicine in Europe, but not just in Europe and around the world. And one of our biggest areas of interest is really to have a very strong relationship between our center and the African continent. And our director is one of the WHO experts in traditional and complementary medicine, which I talked about earlier, the group of experts. And we have already collaborations with institutions in South Africa, for example, with Professor Matsabisa and others in Latin America and Brazil and others. But we are really hoping to bring our support as much as possible to PAP. We would like to support the Pan-African Parliament with any knowledge, any capacity that you might need in traditional medicine. This is our team. It's around 40 people. It's many research groups that are merging together, but also hospitals that succeeded to fully integrate traditional medicine into their daily practice, where there are traditional medicine practices being implemented to treat people every day. And our motto is unlocking the power of traditional, ancestral, and indigenous knowledge of health and medicine through science. So this is kind of like the structure of our center, where I will not go into detail into this, but it's just to show that we have a clinic, a daily clinic, that is operating solely on traditional and integrative medicine, where people are treated for through things, for example, fasting, nutrition, for example, fasting as a treatment, healthy foods as a treatment, yoga, movement as a treatment. So it really is a place where we were able to bring together these practices that are rooted in traditional medicine, and where people are receiving these treatments, and where these treatments can even be covered by health insurance in certain instances, which is really one of the highest aims that we would like to reach with traditional medicine, for it to be fully integrated in the health systems, to be fully recognized, and to be covered so people have access to it, and it doesn't remain just a niche practice, but available to all. So in terms of our goals, we aim to generate scientific evidence for diagnostic and therapeutic measures in traditional and integrative medicine. And to do this, we touch on different fields and different areas. from research to promotion, interdisciplinarity, sustainability, data, diagnostic, clinical care, and also we focus on the TCIM added value and the transcultural aspect of TCIM. And here, maybe I can stop on certain points. For example, for research, we are generating a lot of research that shows what TCIM can do. We have the capacities to run clinical trials. We also bring together interdisciplinarity. We bring different disciplines, psychology, movement, art, nutrition, herbal medicine, and a lot of other disciplines to really show that traditional and integrative medicine is about interdisciplinarity. Sustainability, this is also touching on the role that traditional medicine plays in contributing towards the sustainability and the biodiversity of the world we live in. And here we can speak about things such as One Health and planetary health, because traditional and integrative medicine is about planetary health as well, because we also highlight the need to preserve our environment through traditional medicine. Data here, it's very interesting as well, because we have the capacity to generate and analyze data of patients who are receiving traditional medicine treatments to really show the strengths that traditional medicine can provide. Diagnostics, these are really developing and implementing diagnostics that are specific that specifically create clinical pathways and treatment programs pertaining to traditional medicine, and therefore we are able to provide that clinical care that translates these practices, these tools and diagnostics into clinical care. And then the traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine added value is really where traditional medicine is able to provide scientific standards for research of previously unexplained aspects, where the conventional medicine is limited or stops. If you go to doctors and they look at you and they analyze everything that you have and tell you, we don't know what's wrong. We don't know what you have. We don't know how to treat you. We have run every test, but we don't seem to see what the problem is. And I'm sure all of us in this room are familiar with this scenario where we don't understand what's going on. And that's where traditional medicine can really come and play this role of the holistic approach, asking about things that the conventional doctor wouldn't ask about traditionally, and that's what traditional medicine is about, and that's what we stand for. And transcultural, it's really to utilize medical resources of cultural and ethnic diversity in line with the WHO strategy, and what is meant here is in line with rigorous scientific approach and method. It's really to take into account the indigenous knowledge and the cultural and ethnic knowledge that we have and that we can really put at the service of medicine and at the service of all. So our way forward and the discussion is really around how do we see that our institution, and when I say our institution, it's really to talk about a network of institutions in Europe and with collaborations with other places in the world, other continents, such as the American continent or the African continent. How can we contribute to the traditional medicine agenda in PAP? How can we really provide you with what you need and exchange and keep learning from each other to really push forward the agenda of traditional medicine in Africa and around the world? And that is where I stop my presentation, and I thank you very much. I would love to hear your thoughts. I would love to hear your questions, and thank you for the opportunity again.
Merci, Dr. Boujna, pour...
Thank you, Dr. Boujna, for your presentation. You spoke at length of the Global Summit on Traditional Medicine organized by WHO. It took part in Gujarat. It took place in Gujarat, India, from August 17th to 18th. So this summit was organized at the margins of the G20 summit. It was the opportunity to get political commitment, towards traditional medicine from leaders from the world, the whole world. You spoke of the Gujarat Declaration. You spoke of the commitments made to reach set goals. You spoke of your organization, Charité Compétences. Charité Compétences. You said that we had to beef up collaboration between Africa and Europe. You spoke of diagnostics, therapeuticals. You compared traditional and conventional medicine. You spoke about collaboration, potential collaboration between your organization and the Pan-African Parliament. And now I will open the floor to my colleagues. We've heard 3 presentations, one by Dr. Shabalala. His presentation was followed by Mr. René Munya, who presented his moringa-based products, and then the final presentation was made by Dr. Boujna. And when you ask your questions, please tell us who you are addressing them to. It will be much easier for the presenters to then respond and answer. Let's start with Professor Giulio.
Yes, please, Dr. Williu.
Okay, thank you so much, Chair. I'd like to thank all of the 3 presentators regarding their good presentation, but I just have one question for Mr. Shabalala. When you are conducting the clinical trial, I'd like to ask you, because you talk about traditional medicine, did you follow the steps, the phases of clinical trial regarding conventional medicine? This is my question. For example, in vitro, in vivo, all of the phases. And how about the pharmacovigilance regarding the final product? Thank you.
Yes, please, Honorable from Ghana.
Thank you very much. My question goes to Dr. Shabalala. I have a few questions. In your presentation, you mentioned that some of your hospitals are ready to accept traditional medicine. That means they've not accepted traditional medicine. So I want to find out, first of all, what is the effective collaboration or level of collaboration between the traditional medicine practitioners and that of the public hospitals or modern healthcare. Back home in Ghana, we have the Traditional Medicine Practice Council and the Ghana Food and Drugs Authority that licenses traditional medicine practitioners. We also have a Center for Scientific Research into Plant and Medicine established to improve traditional medicine. We also have the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, a department established to train traditional medicine professionals. when traditional medicine practitioners are licensed by all these setups, organizations, and institutions, some hospitals have accepted to collaborate and work with traditional medicine. So we have a doctor prescribing both modern orthodox medicine and that of traditional medicine. Sometimes they even ask you to go by the traditional medicine. So what has been the level of collaboration between the orthodox medicine and that of traditional medicine in South Africa? Secondly, it looks like Africans and even back home in our various countries, we have all failed to accept what we have. Once it's coming from Ghana, you are a bit skeptical about it to use it. Once it's coming from South Africa, you think twice about it. But if it's coming from India, if it's coming from China, when you don't even understand the descriptions on the medicine or the tea, you end up taking it. This for kidney, this from China, this for lungs, this from China. And we keep taking all those things. So how can we, as a continent, continue to advocate and accept what we have? After all these medicines, most of the raw materials are from Africa. And you told me, so this is my traditional medicine that I brought from home. And when I try to sip it, it's moringa and ginger. Yes. So we should learn to accept what we have. And I think as a parliament of this continent, we should be able to advocate at our various parliaments to let people know that traditional medicine, when it's licensed and approved, it's equally important. The issue of traditional medicine being ineffective and unscientific comes in. I heard a doctor talking about one of his drugs that it's one whole stop medicine. And I find it difficult to accept that one medicine can treat every disease. So maybe if you can clarify that, because some of the traditional medicines that are not licensed, I'm talking about back home in Ghana, you see them on buses, you see them in churches, you see them explaining all sorts of things. And even the dosage on these medicines are nothing to write home about. So I think that at the level of stigmatization and how skeptical that we are as a continent to accept our own is something that we have to deal with. And secondly, I think we need to he spoke at length about research and funding. I don't know of other jurisdictions, but back home in Ghana, we have the Mampong Center for Scientific Research into Plant Medicine, and government is supporting these research institutions with some sort of funding. But I believe that globally, some institutions can also come on board to help. This scientific research institution has been able to come out with 9 herbal immune boosters, which has been accepted for COVID. So in Africa, I think we have a lot that we can share, but I believe that it's all about advocacy and then, letting people know that we have what it takes to solve some of our problems. I also want to find out whether I mentioned some institutions in Ghana. I want to find out what has been the level of marketing of your products. How has it been accepted apart from South Africa, in Africa and globally? Because we are competing with a lot of drugs from, like I mentioned, India and China, but we still accept to use their drugs. So what has been some of your challenges, and what do you hope to do to ensure that you are able to penetrate into the African market and also into the global market? And my last question will go to the presenter who just spoke. He spoke about the declaration by the WHO director. It's good to have all these seminars, have these workshops, have all, whatever it takes. And it's different when there's an impact that has been created out of the declaration after the seminar. Is it going to be the same seminars? Is it going to be the same talk shops? How are we going to feel that traditional medicine has really been accepted globally? And for that matter, like what my Moringa man is doing here, look at how he's packaged his products very well. How are we going to have that feeling, that impact, that WHO, the director is not only an African, he's not just talking about, incorporating traditional medicine into orthodox medicine, but then we are actually walking the talk. So I want you to clarify that for me, and if Dr. Shabalala can also answer the few questions that I put across. I want to know the level of collaboration between you and the orthodox medicines, and we don't have the lack of cooperation with modern healthcare. It's always a challenge for the modern healthcare and the orthodox medicines to accept what we have. But when it gets to the last point, where she rightly said that sometimes the medical doctors even find it difficult and they say they cannot even diagnose what your issue is. I remember I was in the US some years back. I was hospitalized. I was in hospital for about 2 weeks. I did all the MRIs. I did all the scans. I did whatever. At some point, I'm winding up. At some point, one of the doctors said, "My sister, you know what? I think you have to go back to your doctor back home in Ghana because we cannot diagnose what the problem is. I don't know what we've not done." I spoke with my doctor in Ghana, and he said I should not go through. And they wanted to have a surgery, whatever. Said, "Don't go through any surgery, come back home." I went back home. I went to see my doctor with both orthodox and traditional medicine. I'm sitting here. So we have something that we have to work at it to ensure that even globally it is accepted. And I think that all of us around this table are going to pursue this course when we get back up so that at the end of the day, what we have can also be projected globally. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Now the floor to our Honorable from Sierra Leone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thank you to our presenters of this very informative and educative subject. Firstly, let me commend Dr. Shabalala for his presentation. I want to commend South Africa for the positive strides they have taken in promoting traditional medicine in Africa. The evidence is clear by the numerous medicinal products and supplements now available in the market. I am one of the consumers of a product made in South Africa, and that is Gisimo. I do take it every morning. It's an evening. It's a very good supplement made in South Africa. And as Africans, we must be proud of our own. We must promote Africa supplements, especially now that there are regulations that will ensure that we have good products available to consumers. For Sierra Leone, we are very pleased, and I look forward working together with our South African counterparts. And every lessons learned will be taken home to relevant authorities, and we look forward to future collaborations. We have to think Africa, and we have to use Africa. We have to promote our Africa own. When you look at the drug supplements market, you find out that majority of these supplements are coming from Asia. You talk about the stem cell, STC, and so on and so forth. And with this we don't know the regulations, we don't know the efficacy of these products, but we still buy them so expensive. There are some that run to $50, $100 for just one packet because they are well packaged. So why don't we promote our own? So I really want to commend South Africa. But also I want to ask our brother with the Moringa, because Moringa has been advertised so well. But what I want to know is about the safety, and also if there are side effects of people using Moringa. Thank you.
I give the floor to Honorable Sandra from Mauritius.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I add my voice to that of my colleague who has just taken the floor before me in order to congratulate first the Commission and the Committee and the Pan-African Parliament and all the presenters for this very interesting sharing on traditional medicine since this morning. I do not know whether I will ask my question to Mr. Munia or to Dr. Shabalala, because there was talk earlier about intellectual property. And if we take the example of Moringa, we must say also that back in Mauritius, we are great consumers of Moringa, and we consume Moringa during lunch in traditional dishes. It is prepared also as soup and then in a sauce with fish. This is a dish which is very well appreciated by Mauritius community. And we recognize also the medicine qualities and advantages of Moringa. Just like other plants, medicinal plants, Moringa was discovered 1,000 years ago. I do not know whether it was the primitive peoples who have discovered the qualities of Moringa. I think that so you have India, the ancient population of India, Egypt, and then East Africa, who have widely used Moringa for its nutritional and medicinal properties. Today, Moringa is recognized at a world level, and there are all sorts of products that have been made with this plant. So let's say who has the intellectual owner of these good discoveries of Moringa as a plant. There are hundreds of thousands of plants which we discover every day, as the chair has said it during his introduction. And each plant can heal something, cure something, cure a disease. So who are the owners? To whom does this intellectual property belong? Today, we are using these discoveries in order to make commercial products out of them. And of course, there are several people like Mr. Munia, and back in Mauritius, there are women entrepreneurs who do make tea or herbal tea out of them. And there are places where traditional herbal teas are sold. So how to attribute this intellectual property, we're talking about these plants which we find in nature and which are now sold? Thank you, Honorable Sandra. Now, I give the floor to Honorable from the Honorable Member from Lesotho. Oh, Eswatini, sorry, says the Chair. Eswatini.
Thank you, Chair. To me, all the presenters gave us valid information, and their presentation was informative, and I felt nice to be here. In fact, with Moringa, I was so surprised that it heals all the diseases. How can it happen for it to heal all the diseases you have? So I was one of those people who said, I can't take this. How can it help me? But what I have learned today is that we need Moringa, and we have plenty of land in Eswatini. I think even the opportunity of having of farming, the moringa, and processing will help a lot of Swazis. And what I have some questions, although she has said that what were the side effects, I also have a feeling, how often do you have to take it? Because it is available in the shops. You may find that you take it more than you are expected to take it. And that is my question. You also mentioned that you put pulp or sugar cane in your products. We grow a lot of sugar cane in the country. We have 3 sawmills, sugar cane mills, and I think it will also help us. Not that we will copy, but we need to have an idea, and of which I will present it in Parliament on my report. And I think most of the MPs will be on my side. It's just that how can we communicate with you? Because I think maybe the next presentation will be Eswatini, so that we get all those products you have. And I think those products you have brought should be given to me, maybe at a fee or free of charge, so that I advertise them, that they are available. The last question being that if we are in Africa, do you think it is wise that we will only learn about this? And I think it will not be the first and last meeting. We need more meetings about this, and maybe even the practical, especially with Dr. Shabalala here. We visit those places just to learn. It's a suggestion that give us a study tour, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Now give the floor to the Honorable from Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity. My first area of concern is why do we say these are traditional medicine? I think that is where we have a problem with people, because many people want things that are modern. So why do we call ours traditional? Why at least we are in that route whereby we want to we are actually modernizing them. Actually, maybe we might have another name. I wanted to know why can we call them other names like natural or herbal medicines. So then you remove the traditional part of it. However, this doesn't mean that in Zimbabwe we have changed the name. We still use the same name. And for Zimbabwe, traditional medicine were first professionalized around 1980. And then they established the Traditional Healers Association, giving independence to the traditional healers who are popularly known as Ngangas. In fact, the traditional medical practitioners has main functions that includes the healer, religious consultant, a legal practitioner and political advisor, marriage counselor and police, detective and social work. They work in all those areas. Zimbabwe has also been able to then push the religious liberty laws such that everyone will be at liberty. And traditional medicine in Zimbabwe have been able to deal with the symptoms of HIV, sugar diabetes, malaria, STD, herpes, syphilis, etc. And male potence drugs called Vuka Vuka. In Zimbabwe, they are now found in all marketplaces. Zimbabwe have never diverted from the use of traditional medicines. We consider it a way of preserving our heritage. During COVID, we used the traditional herbs, including zumbani. I think some know it as lemon bush. The others, they say it's Lipia javanica. It worked for us, and Zinata is recognized as a recognized body in Zimbabwe. It is important to observe most of the so-called modern medicines or the pharmaceutical medicines, be it tablets, capsules, or syrups. They are all made from traditional plants, meaning given a chance, all of our medicines in Africa can also just be the same as those medicines. Internationally, they remain traditional. According to Africa, it is important to embrace traditional medicines in the spirit of home is the best. So I think we must, as Africa, move towards that spirit here, home is the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Now give the floor to the Honorable from Angola.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Like my other colleagues, I would like to congratulate the speakers who brought us very valuable data and information. For me, Dr. Shabalala's speech was very interesting because it's the first time that I found out about what South Africa is doing in terms of traditional medicine. And I will continue to call them traditional medicine because they are ours. And as Dr. Shabalala explained, these are based on indigenous knowledges and indigenous knowledge. And what you're doing is adding the scientific dimension to these traditional medicines. And I would very much like to get your details, your contact details, because I would like to carry on with our discussion so that we can spread this in Angola. You said that you have clinical trials, you have standards, you have procedures. You spoke about laboratories. I would like to know if you are certified. Do you have certification? Do we have African certification standards and accreditation standards? Because this is very important. When we manage these systems, we need accreditation and certification. We need technical capabilities. Do your laboratories and your clinics have the required certification and accreditations? Concerning the clinical trials, do you follow ethical procedures? Do you do these trials in people, in animals, to find out what the side effects are? What are the scientific basis? I would like to know how you carry out these trials. I would also like to speak to thank the person who spoke about moringa. I am a great user of moringa. I have them in my garden, in my farm, but I don't know what the doses are. And as our colleague from Mauritius said, I make moringa tea in the morning. I cook with moringa. So I follow recipes that people tell me, but I don't know what are the doses. Must we have them, must have moringa fresh, cooked? Should we only eat the seeds? What is the best way to eat this moringa? I think it would be very good if we could get at least some basic knowledge, and so that when we give this kind of information to other people, that we do something accurate without fear of overdosage or of creating bad side effects. And I would also like to thank our chairman, our chair people of this meeting, because it's very useful to get this information here today, but we need to be able to use these products, but to use them well and based on scientific evidence. And we must remember that perhaps many of these medicines were based on our indigenous knowledges are better than others that exist. Thank you very much.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would like first of all to congratulate all the presenters of today. And it is certainly a very informative day and a very inspiring. My first question will go to Dr. Shabalala. Your presentation was very inspiring and gave me a lot of hope. It has reinforced me in my conviction that political will is very important in order to develop traditional medicine. I must tell you that I was really impressed by the achievements made by South Africa in the field of traditional medicine. These are very important steps, and I'm very impressed by the faculty of traditional medicine, and I would like to be informed. This is an essential and critical step if we want to popularize traditional medicine and also give confidence to populations. My question is relative to what you called medical cannabis. And my question, how could we make sure that there will be no diversion in the use of cannabis when we already know the negative effects of drugs on our population and particularly on our youth? As concerns Moringa, I would like to share a very small experience which I had in Senegal. I met a Senegalese pharmacist, and she was older than I. Then she would have about 60 years. And when I spoke about my son, who was premature by 3 months, she said that I'm a living experience, because she said that I was born less than 6 months as a premature, and I have survived thanks to Moringa. So I found this impressive and marvelous. It was the first time that I heard about Moringa, and I thought this is a plant which was given to us by God, and that we have to make a good usage of it. For our presenter, CCTM, thank you for coming from so far to share with us this international vision of traditional medicine. My question is relative to the protection of data. I see that you're collecting data from everywhere. And how are these data protected? How are medical data protected, and particularly those coming from Africa? So how are they protected? Thank you. I thank you, Honorable. Now I will ask the presenters to react to the questions which have been asked to them.
I can give it.
Mr. Chabalala, please.
Could you please respond to questions addressed to you?
Thank you so much. It's a lot of them, so I will be just high level and brief. The first question from the African Union, say, you wanted to know if we follow the all the recommended steps for conducting clinical trials. Yes, indeed. We actually follow what is recommended in the World Health Organization, but also our South African health products regulator is the one that gives us the final word. So if there is any misstep, including issues of ethics, then those protocols won't be approved. Yes, indeed, pharmacovigilance is also part of the most important steps that we use, and we've built very, very strong surveillance and tracking systems and methodologies on the ground. Honorable from Ghana, thank you so much. We have a lot to learn from Ghana, actually. We will be visiting Ghana as South Africa to just come and witness what you have done, especially with regards to curriculum development, because you now have health practitioners, clinicians that are trained, and they can diagnose and prescribe medicines based on your Ghanaian natural medicines. In terms of the relationship between the health practitioners here, the African medicines health practitioners, and the allopathic practitioners, the relationship so far is more referral with regards to, especially during the times of tuberculosis and HIV. Actually, I was responsible for the DOTS aspect of tuberculosis back in the day, where we developed strategies for referral, especially for supporting patients in completing their treatment in terms of tuberculosis. So I developed those strategies, and I was responsible for that. So we took that and actually infused it in other, whether HIV, whether other systems of healthcare, including when people are discharged out of hospital, so that there is a follow-up like that. What we don't have currently, it's really that proper trust that a nurse or a doctor can refer a patient back home to be taken care by a health practitioner, African medicine practitioner. That's what we're working on. And that's the role of the Department of Health. It's not our role as science and innovation. All we can do is to give them evidence from the studies that we do. Advocacy is very essential. All I can say, I feel that advocacy starts with yourselves here. That you are the ones that interact with the leaders. So if you are convinced with the work that we're doing, or if you use us to give you tangible evidence on the ground, so that when you sit with the leaders, you can then do the advocacy, and also pick up some of the people to be champions of this work, will actually go a long way. For example, the latest is that the World Health Organization, as my colleague said, that the World Health Organization is recognizing that African knowledge is knowledge, or so-called indigenous or traditional knowledge is knowledge. It's just like any other knowledge. It's scientific, it's systematic. That is why we're still here. We've been using it. So we need champions to make sure that those who are skeptical, they actually understand and appreciate this. Yes, there's a need for funding models. What we did in South Africa is that for basic research, we have a funding model for that. For innovation, product development, clinical trials, we've got a funding model for that. And for commercialization, enterprise development, manufacturing, there is an entity that is responsible for that. So that there is a seamless movement from basic research all the way to commercialization. There shouldn't be any struggle in terms of the funding. Of course, funding will never be enough, so we always struggle. And my friend, Mr. Rene, will know. We have funded 3 Moringa groupings, which are part of his organization, which is sharing MDASA, where we did everything from the beginning to the end. Honorables from Sierra Leone, yes, indeed, we are, our approach, and Mr. Rene has observed this, our approach is really I don't know if it's allowed to say this here. We are unapologetically Pan-African in our approach, because we cannot afford to drop the ball anymore in this time. We have lost a lot. So I do appreciate, and I'm looking to be forward to be linked with colleagues, with scientists from Sierra Leone, so that we meet with them and see what it is that we can do together. Honorable from Mauritius, I think you are right. In Africa, in the Nile Valley, there is evidence of the writings. Some of the evidence are like 4,500 years old, 2000 BC. Already Moringa was mentioned in what is known as the pyramid texts, for example. So we're talking about the Nile Valley, Egypt, Sudan, those areas. But if you go to India, they will also say that in their Ayurvedic corpus, Moringa is mentioned. Often people will say it's coming from India, but the evidence on the ground is different. Nonetheless, it is now, if it is coming from India, it is now indigenized in most countries of the world. And if any of our countries are signatories to the Nagoya Protocol, if there is high-level commercialization, those countries need to beneficiate the owners of the knowledge. However, it may happen that Moringa left Mauritius, if I use that as an example, ended up in Mozambique, but the knowledge of how to use it may be from Mozambique and not necessarily from Mauritius. That cannot be beneficiated. But if in Mozambique they are using Mauritius knowledge, therefore the two countries need to come up with a access and benefit sharing agreement. And already these things are happening. Mama from Eswatini, we are actually working with your Department of Science and Technology already to assist build your bioeconomy strategy and the indigenous knowledge systems technology innovation. And there's a lot in Eswatini. And there's a lot that we will be working together with your scientists there. And you also propose a study tour. Yes, indeed. We're happy, honorables, as I said, to host you in our labs, whether it's here in Johannesburg, but best will be in Pretoria, because you will see the fullness of the good agricultural practices to good lab practices, good clinical practices, entrepreneurship, manufacturing, and commercialization. So we'll be able to see the entire value chain. So we are happy to host you. My honorable from Zimbabwe, I think also I will take this to Angola as well. The decolonial project is a reality. We need to embrace it with both hands and our hearts. Colonialism or neocolonialism is very slick, and it enters us through things that we don't know. It's double-fucked. So yes, indeed, because we're using someone else's language, it's important for us to find our own language and take those decolonial projects and languaging, how we re-language ourselves to the African Union, to the World Health Organization, to WIPO, so that we don't perpetuate the languaging that denigrates us. It gotta be unacceptable. What language we use, what framing we use, we in South Africa, we decided to say we'll call this African natural medicines. As South Africans, we don't know what other countries will say. We have already expressed this to WHO Afro, that we need to change the language. It gotta be changed. China agrees, Brazil agrees, India agrees. We have a bilateral also, my sister from Angola. We've been working a lot with Angola, and it's just that the project have ended, but we are re-looking into those projects. I'm happy to resuscitate those relationships with the various universities. Angola has amazing talent of young scientists, but you are so rich with indigenous knowledge. It's just amazing. we have standards. So every step of the way, the labs that we have put in place as the DSI have all those accreditation requirements for them to do what they are supposed to do, because some of them are international. They partner with international organizations to do the work that they're supposed to do. And as I've already said, there are various ethics committees at different levels. So all organizations have their own internal ethics mechanisms, but there are also peer review ethics mechanisms that we use. With clinical trials, it is SAHPRA, our South African Health Regulatory Authority. It is the one that says that you cannot do a clinical trial unless they give you permission. Chairperson Gabala, thank you so much for inviting us. Actually, we really appreciate that. With regards to medical cannabis, how can I say it? Most of African countries, we just became signatories of these international conventions, and often we didn't even process what it is that we're signing. And you know this, whether it's in terms of the wars that are happening. And now when things have to change, we are caught up with situations where certain herbs, a lot of herbs, it's not only cannabis, a lot of African herbs are held ransom because the colonial masters said these herbs are illegal, whereas they didn't sign all those conventions on drugs or narcotics, and now they're actually permeating the markets, whilst we're still debating whether we need to change the law or not. Classical cases here in South Africa. We're still battling. Should we decriminalize cannabis, or we've got problems with drug abuse? But actually evidence, our own scientists have done studies. Evidence is that cigarette and alcohol are actually doing the worst of the damage than marijuana. So there's a need for advocacy and a lot of education around it. In any case, I'm happy Zimbabwe has bolted with cannabis, medical cannabis. We are also following, and I trust a lot of African countries will follow, because it is essential as long as we come up with good products. I think that's all from my side. Thank you so much for those questions.
Thank you, Dr. Shabalala, for having so well responded to a question, numerous questions, I can say, addressed to you. And now we'll give the floor to Dr. Boujna.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Dr. Shabalala, for really elaborating on the questions. Indeed, you had many questions. And we are very proud of South Africa for leading the way with Ghana, with Tanzania, with Ethiopia, with Zimbabwe, with a number of really African countries that have really made huge progress in terms of traditional medicine. So I wanted to go back to the question of advocacy, and as it was already echoed, advocacy is very important. And one of the questions that was directed to me from honorary parliamentarian from Ghana is the summit, and what are these WHO summit? What are the implications? Is it a one-time summit, or what's the plan for that? So this summit that was organized on the margins of the G20, the plan is for it to happen every 2 years. Always on the margins of the G20, which is really good and important, because it's becoming a permanent item in the agenda of the G20 meeting. So every 2 years, the ministers of health will discuss traditional medicine and the progress that has been made against the Gujarat Declaration. That's why I think that the voice of Africa is so important and so crucial in that process, to make sure that you are all following the conversations, and whatever is urgent is put on the table in that meeting. And that also brings me to really express how much I think it's important to have collaborations and partnerships ahead of these meetings. So every 2 years when the meeting is actually happening, we are ready with our requests and our asks, and we communicate properly with our ministers what we would like to see. So that's about the summit every 2 years, held on the margins of the G20 by whoever country is hosting the G20. The next one will be in Brazil in 2026, or 2025 actually, because the other one was 2023. So that's, if anyone is interested, do mark it on your calendar and be on the lookout for that meeting. I also wanted to mention, we spoke a lot about research because, of course, in order for us, it's true that traditional medicine is its own thing, and it really is rooted in its own wisdom. And it's not so much about, it shouldn't be about conventional medicine accepting traditional medicine, because traditional medicine stands on its own as a source of knowledge, indigenous knowledge. What's also important is that traditional medicine is able to build its own research capacity to prove through evidence that it is working, because this is the system we live in, this system that believes in evidence, right? So we need to have the body of knowledge that defends traditional medicine and makes it such as we don't beg as traditional medicine supporters for a place with conventional medicine. And that's why it's important to strengthen the capacities of research, and that's why it's very important to have consortia, to have collaborations, because no one can do research alone. Research is a very heavy task. It requires expertise, funds, and knowledge from different sides. So there is what we call also, I always start from the global level, because I do believe that the global level is impactful if we do take our seat in the global level, and if we really assertively are in the global level and we speak with our voice. Because, for example, Africa is the continent that has the biggest number of countries, 55 member states. So for me, Africa can be the loudest and strongest continent in the international fora. So there are with WHO, and I spoke about international fora to mention WHO as the normative body for global health under the UN system. And there are what we call WHO collaborating centers. And their collaborating centers with WHO touch every area that WHO works on, including traditional medicine. Now, there aren't many WHO collaborating centers in traditional medicine around the world besides Asia. Asia has many of the WHO collaborating centers in traditional medicine. In Africa, we have 0. And I say we because I'm Tunisian, so I'm African. I work for an academic institution located in Europe now, but my work is focused on Africa. So in Europe, there are 3 collaborating centers. One of them is kind of dormant, and our institution is on the process to getting that designation of a WHO collaborating center. Our hope is to see WHO collaborating centers in Africa as well. So we would really like to collaborate with institutions in Africa to share our knowledge together and to walk together in that path of being collaborating centers together under WHO, but work also bilaterally to really make sure that our agenda is on the table. Protection of data, la protection des données. Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson, for mentioning that question, because it's indeed a very important one. So in Europe, there is the framework that, of course, that needs to be followed to protect the data. And in Africa, there is certainly also the framework. So for us, our institution, wherever the data is collected, it has to follow the rigorous framework of data protection of the place where the study was conducted and researched. So that is that. that's it, and I really hope that we can continue strengthening the research together, and that we can continue have our eye on these international events, so we make sure that we are following the conversation, because the momentum now is really important, I think, on traditional medicine. Thank you.
Merci, Dr. Boujna.
Thank you, Dr. Boujna, for this additional information. Now, Mr. Munir has the floor to answer the questions addressed to him.
Mr. Chairman, I have a couple of questions. I'm going to try and answer them at the best of my ability. Please stop me if I go overboard or I spend more time. But I will start with the question from Honorable from Ghana. How can one product treat all diseases? I don't think Moringa treats diseases. Moringa or other African herbs. I think what it does, it prevents diseases. So if you really taking or you live a healthy life, and I think Moringa will be part of that diet if you adopt a healthy life, you will not really have to be sick. I saw many people during COVID, they were using some of our products, and it was helping them for the blood not to clot. So on that question, I think it as a preventative, it's not really it can prevent because it strengthens, it boosts your immune system. It gives your body what...
I take Moringa a lot, so I understand what you're saying.
Yes. So if you take Moringa or other good product, healthy product, your body will be able to fight whatever diseases comes to it. I was actually once told that, for example, the reason why HIV ravaged Africa than other countries, the whole continent, we are maybe 1.4. That's India, one country. Population for the whole continent. But the Asian people, they like eat food, such very healthy stuff, such as soup, vegetables, and things like that. But to be 1.4 billion, there is an event that takes place. It doesn't mean that Africans are the one who are promiscuous, I think they say, more than the rest of the world. But before they eat healthy and they eat their traditional food, they have more resistance. Because I believe that for a healthy person, for a man, it's one chance out of 2,000 to get HIV if you are healthy. So it's very minimum. For a female, I believe it's 1 out of 200. I don't know. They are scientists here. Maybe somebody lied to me, but that's the information I got. So if you are really eating healthy and you integrate something like Moringa, the chances of getting all these diseases diminishes to almost zero. The second question was about the safety and the side effect of Moringa. I'm going to answer this by an example. 3 years back, I traveled in Ethiopia, and some friends invited me there. We went into the south of the country. We went through, I think, 4 or 5 provinces, 14 days. In every restaurant, and even in the hotels where we were staying, on their menu, they had Moringa. So I made sure that whenever I saw a menu with Moringa, I tested the Moringa itself. They cook it as a vegetable, like we cook spinach. They cook it with stew. They mix it with everything. So as far as the side effects, I'm not sure, because those people would have. And if you look at those communities in the south, I think it's south, closer to Sudan, you see where the cows are going to drink water. Water is muddy. The kids and the people are going and taking that water also and drinking it. And they don't fall sick. They are very strong and very tall, like, So I think on that, and maybe I can also answer that by maybe mentioning that personally I believe that when creation took place, wherever you are born, in your community, in your environment, God gives you or puts all these things at your disposal to resolve whether it's disease or whatever. So the same way, for example, in South America, they've got this product called ayahuasca that they use for, here in Africa, in a country like Gabon, they've got what they call iboga. And iboga is used for that kind of same effect, or the mushroom. And I believe iboga has been recorded to be the only product that can cure almost 90% of any kind of addiction. But it's not allowed to get into places like the US or other countries. So that's just as an example. The other question was on intellectual property. I think Dr. Chabalala answered that. The other one was how often should one take moringa, and the other one, I'm going to combine those two, was on the dose. I was told that per 10 kilograms of one's body mass, you can use 1 gram. More than that is just a waste, but it's not going to make you sick, because you can literally adopt moringa as part of your food on a regular basis. What I advise people is that at least use it 1 week, 2 weeks, stop for a week or two, so that your body adapts to fight without the product. But as far as dosage, I think it's a natural, it's food. So you can eat as much as you can. The other question was, that was from Eswatini, the sugar cane. The sugar cane we use, it's an extract that was developed by Cuban scientists to fight cholesterol and heart problems. So there is an extract we use from the sugar cane that we mix to make this product. So it was developed basically to fight heart conditions, and when we combine it with moringa in a certain way, with the baobab powder, the baobab fruit, the powder is very, very rich in vitamin C. It's an amazing product, and I saw in Angola. In Angola, they've got, I think, 3 or 4 types of baobab. Wherever you go in the northern part of Angola, those trees are plenty and majestic. You see them everywhere. So I think that is also something that could be developed by the Angolan community. I saw they do like traditional drinks. It's like energy drink. Literally, that one can come and take the world by storm. It's much better than Prime or this Red Bull and all that. That's really how good that should be. And I think we should look into that as well. Why do we call our product traditional? I think it's we have accepted to be confused because everything is changing, and we are adopting this new, even the chicken, the organic chicken now is called organic. It's no longer a chicken. The chicken is the one we buy from ShopRite and other supermarkets. So I think that is normal, but we understand what it means. How should we? Yeah. And again, I think I've answered all the questions. I don't know if there is any of the questions that I forgot here or I jumped. Thanks very much for the opportunity. Maybe just in a comment I can make, the Moringa Association in Africa, we are now in 42 countries. So Ghana is actually one of the leaders. Yeah. We've got what we call Africa Moringa Hub. The coordinator of that organization is based in Ghana. We've got a gentleman by the name of Dr. Newton Amaglu. He did his master degrees in Ghana, and his expertise was on oil extraction. Then he went to China. He did his PhD on tea extraction. So he's really good. We communicate regularly. We are also in Sierra Leone. We are in Eswatini. We have members everywhere. So if wherever you are, you want to know who are the people in Moringa that side, please contact us. Contact Dr. Chabalala, and we will be able, or the chairperson, we will be able to put you in touch with those people. They need your help. Okay. They really need your help. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur René Mounia.
Thank you, Mr. Mounia, for all these clarifications. Before the closing, let me quickly ask Dr. Chiara to not be too long. Take the floor.
Actually, very brief, and it's a comment. With regards to the moringa, it is now almost becoming a staple food in the northern Nigeria because they use it with the peanut butter and it serves as a lunch. And because it's very cheap, people like it so much and they take very frequently. With the baobab, in the northern Nigeria, where I came from, there is no family that don't grow baobab, and also it is part of our soup that we always take in a week like 4 or 5 times. And it's a very nice one, and we call it the most healthiest soup with the baobab. And so just this is an addition of how people use those things that you have mentioned. Thank you.
Merci, Doctor.
Thank you, Doctor. Dear colleagues, we have reached the end of our workshop, which was very fruitful, if I do say so myself. I'd like to thank the members of both committees, Health and Gender Equality. Thank you for your very active participation. Before I give the floor to my colleague, Chair of the Gender Committee, for thanks and closing words, let me very quickly and simply give thanks to the various speakers. As Chair of the Health Committee, I would like to thank Dr. Chiara from ASTRIC, Professor Julio, Director of the Health EU Commission, Dr. Boujna from Charité Europe Afrique Perspective, and Mr. René Mounier, who came with his moringa products and shared with us the virtues of moringa. And I'll be remiss if I didn't also thank Dr. Shabalala, who is, let me find his title, Director at the Department of Science and Technology of South Africa. Thank you all. I think that we need to strengthen the existing partnership between us, and we must also build on a complementarity between traditional medicine and conventional medicine in the interest of everyone's well-being. On my behalf, on behalf of my colleagues from the Health Committee, I would like to once again thank you greatly. We will certainly meet again in the near future, and I count on you all to together meet the goals that we have set for ourselves. And now let me give the floor to my colleague for a word of thanks and closing. Thank you, Mr. Chair. As is my habit, when I close a meeting, I like to stand up to honor the guests. At the end of this very rich and informative half day, we can note a few things. For example, the awareness internationally of the importance of traditional medicine. There's also much more awareness of the same in Africa. I believe that traditional medicine and industrialization of Africa's pharmacopoeia will be the next sources of economic growth in Africa if we know how to develop that industry, that niche, and if we know how to industrialize it. Now, for traditional medicine, we have realized that it is in our dishes, plates, well-being, And I'd like to share with you my conviction, which is also Mr. Moringa's belief. I believe that when creating the world, God created around us in our environment necessary plants to heal the diseases that can appear in that same environment. And it befalls us to know these plants, develop the knowledge, and avail to our populations medicine, medication that are more accessible. I'd also like to emphasize the fact that if regulated, industrialized, traditional medicine will allow our populations to heal themselves at a lower cost. It will allow our states to also develop an industrial policy, and that means that traditional medicine will be a source of industrialization. As members of parliament, it is our duty to find the best and most accessible solutions for our populations and also for the development of our continent. I'd like to simply close by thanking the Health Committee. Thank you for including us in this workshop. As I said, women are the health ministers in all of the households, and it was very important to involve and include us. So thank you for doing so. We were strengthened at two levels. Firstly, at a parliamentarian level, we see that laws must be adopted for traditional medicine to be developed, regulated, and made accessible for our populations. The second thing that we have learned is that as heads of households, we felt inspired here today. We were inspired to share our experience. We were inspired to imagine a different path for care, healthcare, a path different from conventional medicine. I'd also like to thank once again all of the experts. We couldn't overthank you. If this day was so enriching, it's because you set aside what you normally do to share with us your expertise, your knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like us to once again thank those who came from the African Union. A round of applause for them. Let's applaud South Africa, who came here to share their experience. Let us thank Dr. Bujna, who came all the way from Germany. She arrived this morning just to share with us her experience, to share with African actors. And I'd also like to thank our interpreters. It is very important because the quality of interpretation is reflected on the quality of our interventions, and I would like to really congratulate the interpreters. A round of applause for them. I'd also like to commend PAP through its staff, all of its partners, everyone who made this workshop possible. And I think that that is also the essence of a committee's work. Get informed so that you can better legislate for the well-being of our populations. On these few words, let me wish you all safe travels back home. All the best to all of the other MPs. I believe that this afternoon there'll be the Youth Caucus. You're young, up to the age of 40. So those who are older than 40 are part of the senior population. There's also the Women's Caucus this afternoon. So bon appétit, everyone, and thank you very much. And until the next session.
Vous êtes tous... Yeah.